Chapter 1367. Wendell was no stranger to murder. He wasn't alarmed when he heard that. He calmly looked past the woman at the door and into the room. He immediately saw a man lying on the ground and saw that the man's chest was covered in blood. "Are you sure he's dead?" Wendell asked calmly. The young lady in her 20s was at a loss at first, then she answered uncertainly, then she replied with uncertainty, I don't know if he can still be saved. He needs to be sent to the hospital immediately." Wendell's tone sounded like he was talking to a patient's family member, not a murderer. The lady holding the bloody dagger subconsciously turned her body and made way. Wendell took a few steps forward and approached the victim. He didn't need to squat down. With a sweep of his gaze, he made a judgment from the various signs. He's indeed dead. The slightly messy woman in her 20s didn't have any obvious change in expression. She looked down at her toes and said, "Call the police." "How should I address you?" "How should I address you?" Wendell heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Clearly, it was a waiter or the hotel owner who had heard the scream and came up to check on the situation. "Tracy," the wild and pure young lady replied in a low voice. She then fell into her own world and didn't say another word. Wendell was about to say something when the hotel owner who had helped him check in rushed to the door. "Goddess!" The elderly man couldn't help but shout when he saw the situation in the room. Wendell pressed his right hand down, indicating for him to calm down. Then, he said, "Call the police immediately. I'll watch this place." His temperament and words had a sense of trust and obedience. The hotel owner didn't dawdle at all. He immediately turned around and ran downstairs. To Wendell, he had only come to check on the situation out of a gentleman's habit. In fact, he didn't have any intention of getting involved. After all, he still had a mission on his shoulders. However, Miss Tracy's blank, detached, and cold attitude made him feel some pity. This was a normal reaction for a man. He looked around and said, as if he was talking to the air, "Murder isn't always a felony. Not all murders will be judged as serious crimes. There are many situations." Tracy slowly raised her head and cast her gaze at the gentleman. Her eyes, which seemed to be lifeless and confused, were now filled with an indescribable brilliance. Wendell looked at her bruised face. "He beat you?" "Yes." The other party seemed to have some sort of authority, causing Trish, who wanted to remain silent, to finally reply. Wendell's gaze shifted down and landed on the dagger that was no longer dripping with blood. "Did you bring her here, or him?" Trish's reaction was a little slow as she replied, "Him." Wendell nodded slightly. "Legitimate defense is in accordance with the law. I can prove to the police that there was a fierce argument and a fight between the two of you. Obviously, men have a natural advantage in this aspect. I am not discriminating against women, but that is what science and experience tell us." He paused and asked, "What's the relationship between the two of you? What happened?" Trish's eyes moved a little. She recovered a little from the deep autistic state of being pulled away from reality. She seemed to be answering the police officer's question. Her eyes were filled with hope and sadness as she said, I am his mistress." At this point, Trish's face revealed a self-deprecating smile. "I was once an ugly woman who chased after money to the point of losing her mind. Not long after I left grammar school, I became his mistress under his seduction. He gave me a hotel and told me to stay there, waiting for him to come or summon me every week. I gradually lost interest in this kind of life. I became more and more depressed and inferior. I wanted to return everything to him and completely get rid of him, but he didn't agree. He used all sorts of methods to threaten me, preventing me from leaving him. The last few times we met were spent arguing. Just now, he said that there was only one way to leave him, and that was death. Then, he beat me and took out a dagger. Afterward, you know what happened after that, mistress." Wendell glanced at Tracy's face with regret. The traces at the scene also proved the development of the matter. He originally thought that Trish and the deceased were husband and wife, but to his surprise, their relationship was worse than he had imagined. Trish nodded blankly. "Thank you." She didn't say another word. Only when the police from Utopia arrived did she break the silence. She took the initiative to raise her hands and accept the handcuff. Wendell looked at Trish's slightly staggering steps and said to the police, "Take her to the hospital for a checkup first. Let's take her to check her injuries first and treat her injuries to prevent any accident." The police didn't know why they had to listen to a witness's orders. In short, they led Trish and Wendell to the small hospital in town without any objections. As Trish was a woman, Wendell and the two police officers waited in the hospital corridor and didn't follow her in. As time passed, Wendell saw a pregnant woman being rushed to the delivery room. There seemed to be something wrong and she needed surgical help. After a while, he heard the sound of a baby crying. It was the announcement of a new life coming to this world. At this moment, Trish happened to come out. "Do you feel it? The beauty of life," Wendell said seriously to Trish. Trish's expression was clearly moved when she heard the baby's cry amidst the wind and rain. Her face had been wiped and she looked very clean. After a few seconds, Trish snapped back to her senses and nodded at Wendell. "Thank you." This time, she wasn't as numb, dull, and autistic. Wendell secretly heaved a sigh of relief and followed her to the police station to record a statement. After doing what he had to do, Wendell walked to the side of the street and prepared to take a rental carriage back to the Irises Hotel. However, in this stormy night, there wasn't a single pedestrian or carriage to be seen on the road. This is the disadvantage of a small city. "It's not convenient enough," Wendell muttered softly. Wendell muttered as he opened the umbrella he had brought with him when he left the house. After getting his bearings, he returned to the Irises Hotel. As a former sheriff, he had the ability to remember the routes he had taken in mysticism. He wasn't worried about getting lost in an unfamiliar city. At this moment, the storm had lessened a lot, but the strong winds were still raging. They blew past, bringing with them the rain as they slapped at Wendell's body. Wendell couldn't help but raise his right hand to block his chest. The confidential document was hidden in the inside of his clothes. Even when Wendell slept, he would keep the document close to his body, preventing it from separating from him. For this, he had already developed a habit. As long as he reminded himself in advance, he wouldn't turn over after falling asleep. Utopia wasn't a big town. Wendell walked for about 15 minutes before he saw the Irises Hotel. At this moment, his top hat and clothes were wet from the strong wind. This made him a little worried. He was worried that the confidential document would be damaged by the water. Strictly speaking, I've already violated the rules of carrying out a mission, but how can I not help a lady like her? This is the upbringing a gentleman should have. Wendell was slightly vexed, but he didn't regret it at all. After entering the room, he immediately took off his coat, took out the document, and placed it on the table. The paper bag outside the document had obvious signs of soaking. There were a few places that seemed like they would tear if he touched them with any force. Wendell immediately rang the bell and summoned a waiter. He asked for a coal stove, hoping to raise the temperature in the room and speed up the drying of the sealed document bag. In the process of waiting, he realized that there was no sense of silence around him at all. It seemed that because of the screams and the arrival of the police, the residents here and nearby residents had woken up and had yet to fall asleep. The howling wind had weakened significantly. In the pitter-patter of the rain, Wendell heard the cries of a child, the arguments of a husband and wife, the sound of a wood-sawing violin, intermittent sobbing, footsteps walking back and forth upstairs, and discussions that were sometimes hushed and sometimes uncontrollable. He didn't feel sentimental about this lively scene. He just felt that they were so noisy that he couldn't calm down. After a while, the waiter brought over a coal stove with charcoal added to it. Wendell relaxed a little and casually asked, "Do you know that Miss Trish just now?" The skinny waiter shook his head. "I don't know him." He then added, "I heard that she is indeed a local, but I have been living in the plantation outside the city before this year." "What do you know about her?" Wendell subconsciously asked. "She comes to our hotel 3 to 5 times a month with the dead man." The waiter suddenly sighed. "She's not happy at all." Wendell was silent for a few seconds. He sent the waiter away and sat back at the table. Time passed, and the bag outside the confidential document gradually dried up. At this moment, the interior and exterior of the hotel had become relatively quiet. Only the sound of the dripping rain and the wind from the rustling windows could be heard. The energetic Wendell recalled everything that had happened before and sighed for Miss Trish's life. He picked up the document bag and flipped through it. At this moment, he noticed that the lower part of the envelope was slightly damaged, and the paper inside could be vaguely seen. Wendell frowned, knowing that he was about to be punished. Of course, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. This was because if the confidentiality requirements of the document were high enough, he wouldn't have been the only one to escort it. Wendell had originally planned on maintaining the current state and showing the damage to the other party. However, as he swept his gaze, he saw a word on the document through the hole: Utopia. Wendell tensed up and felt the sound of the wind and rain outside suddenly stop. Chapter 1368. Why would the confidential document I'm escorting mention Utopia? What's so special about this place? Thoughts flashed through Wendell's mind as a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. At that moment, he felt like he had just relaxed after overworking his brain. It was as though he was about to fall sick. Wendell quickly forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled his experiences after coming to Utopia. He realized that there were no problems with the details of everything. They were all things that could happen in daily life. The only thing that made him worried was that his arrival was too coincidental. It was common for steam locomotives to stop at a station due to a storm, but it was definitely not a coincidence that the station they stopped at was related to the confidential document in his hands. Wendell stared at the confidential document on the table with a solemn expression, hesitating if he should open it and read it carefully. Perhaps it only mentioned Utopia in passing, and my actions would be a serious violation of internal affairs. Perhaps this is the report of a certain intelligence agent after secretly investigating Utopia. The contents inside will determine whether I survive or die to a certain extent. After struggling for a while, Wendell looked at the dark night outside the window and reached out for the document. Only by staying alive can I consider whether I should be punished. Having made up his mind, Wendell quickly opened the paper bag and flipped through the machine-printed document inside. As he read, his hands trembled slightly. He felt a chill run down his back. Even the burning furnace couldn't save him. No matter how he interpreted it, the confidential report in his hands showed that there was a problem with Utopia. There was a problem with the entire town. This might not be a town that existed in the real world. Wendell felt his mouth go dry. It was as though he could hear the footsteps of death dragging its scythe as it slowly approached him. He instinctively wanted to get up, but in the end, he controlled himself and didn't blindly react. This was because he felt that in the darkness outside the window, in the room upstairs, and in the corridor by the door, there were pairs of eyes watching him. What should I do? Up to now, nothing abnormal has happened. This means that if I don't know anything, it's possible for me to safely welcome dawn. I've read a lot of information that shows that rashly showing that I already know that the surrounding environment is strange will only cause the danger to erupt ahead of time. However, I can't do nothing and place my fate on luck. Wendell recalled the various dangers he had experienced and quickly made a decision. He was prepared to return to the steam locomotive immediately and leave Utopia to a certain extent. At the very least, most of the people there were normal people, while the city was filled with danger. Of course, it was impossible for Wendell to rush back just like that. He had to make himself appear normal enough, as if he had left the hotel in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive station for other reasons. Amidst his thoughts, Wendell put away the confidential report and calmly stood up. He put on his coat and top hat. Then, with his suitcase in one hand and his umbrella in the other, he calmly walked to the door and turned the handle. At this time, the corridor was dark, with only a few gas wall lamps on both sides emitting a dim light. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop on the ground, adding a touch of humanity to the environment. When Wendell stepped into the corridor, the wooden floorboards beneath his feet creaked slightly. This was so obvious in the extremely cold and silent night that it spread far and wide. Frowning slightly, Wendell pretended to walk forward and approach the staircase in the middle of the corridor. He walked without any scruples. He did not feel like he was hiding at all. Seeing that the staircase was getting closer and closer, he suddenly heard a creaking sound behind him. "Sir, where are you going?" A slightly stuttering male voice entered Wendell's ears. Wendell's body froze. He slowly turned back and saw the wooden door of the service room open. An attendant walked out and stood in the shadows of the door. He quickly smiled and said calmly, "I left something important on the steam locomotive. I left something important on the steam locomotive. I'm afraid that someone will take it away, so I have to return now." At this point, he complained softly, "There was a murder in the hotel. I don't want to stay here any longer. I can't sleep at all. I'm very sorry." The attendant bowed slightly in response. "I won't publicize this matter." Wendell nodded as he promised. Without staying any longer, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Perhaps it was because the night was dim, but he walked very carefully. Every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wendell, who had been wary of the attendant behind him, finally returned to the first floor. At this moment, there was no one in the hotel lobby. All the items were hidden in the darkness. The faint light outside illuminated their blurry silhouettes, making them look like monsters that were about to devour someone. Wendell looked ahead, passed through the dark lobby, and arrived at the door. Just as he pushed open the door and walked out, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. It sounded like a mouse was moving, but it also sounded like someone was approaching him with light footsteps. The back of Wendell's head went numb, but he resisted the urge to run. He looked up at the sky, which had stopped raining, as if nothing had happened. Then, he took a deep breath of the cold and clear air, identified his direction, and walked towards the steam locomotive station. His pace gradually quickened. He looked like he was a little afraid of the night and couldn't wait to end this journey. As he walked, Wendell saw a signboard from the corner of his eye. Utopia Telegraph Office. Telegraph Office. Perhaps I can try to sneak in and send an emergency telegram to the headquarters in Bakeland and the Eskelson military base. That way, I can hope for the demigods to rescue me. If I'm really trapped here and can't leave, this is the only way to save myself. With a thought, Wendell took a few steps diagonally and arrived at the entrance of the Utopia Telegraph Office. He wasn't in a hurry to find a place to sneak in. Instead, he focused and listened to the movements inside. Then, he heard intermittent, rather heavy breathing. This made Wendell sometimes feel that there was no one inside, and sometimes, he felt that there was more than one person inside. Suddenly, the sound of breathing completely stopped. At that instant, all the hairs on Wendell's body stood on end. His intuition told him that there was a figure standing quietly behind the door of the telegraph office. Without any hesitation, Wendell immediately gave up on the idea of sending a telegram. He passed through the door and continued forward. For the rest of the journey, even a gust of wind made Wendell tremble in fear, afraid of encountering unknown dangers. Just like that, time passed bit by bit in Wendell's torment. Finally, he returned to the steam locomotive station and saw that the door was tightly shut, preventing him from entering. This didn't pose a problem for Wendell. He first handed the umbrella to his left hand, which was carrying his luggage. Then, he circled to the side and found a wall. With a press of his palm, he leaped into the air and easily flipped over. After landing firmly on the ground, Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and walked towards the platform at a moderate pace. At this moment, an almost inaudible sound of footsteps came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" A deep and hoarse voice sounded. Wendell's toes tightened as cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't hesitate. As he prepared to attack at any moment, he turned his body stiffly to the back. The first thing he saw was a classical glass lantern, followed by the staff member at the platform. Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and grumbled, "That's right. As a gentleman, I have to try my best to avoid scaring others." "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. Wendell casually pointed to a corner of the platform. "I'm going to the washroom." He had long observed the environment and layout of the platform. "Then why are you here?" the staff member pressed. "I'm lost," Wendell answered succinctly. Then, he ignored the other party and walked towards the washroom on the platform. Behind him, the staff member watched silently and did not speak. This gave Wendell a lot of psychological pressure, but he maintained a steady pace very well. In the washroom, under the illumination of the gas wall lamp, Wendell took nearly a minute to relieve the tension in his body and successfully peed. After returning to the steam locomotive, Wendell finally found a sense of security as he looked at the passengers sleeping in different spots in the carriage. In the next few hours, he didn't sleep and focused on guarding against any accident. Just as Wendell's perception of the passage of time became sluggish, the sky lit up bit by bit, dispersing the darkness. In the next 2 hours, the passengers who had gone to Utopia returned one after another. Some bought a bottle of famous local red wine, while others looked haggard, as if they had a hangover or had been beaten up. Wendell was filled with wariness towards them, but he couldn't discover any abnormalities from the details. Whoosh! Finally, the steam locomotive's whistle sounded, and the steam locomotive turned slowly and heavily. Amidst the reverberating sounds, the train left Utopia Station. After that, they experienced another gloomy sky. Fortunately, there was no storm. The sun quickly pierced through the clouds and illuminated the land. To Wendell, all of this was normal. It had been the same ever since he arrived at Utopia last night. If not for the confidential report being hidden in his arms, he definitely wouldn't have believed that there would be any problems with Utopia. When the steam locomotive arrived at the next station, which was also a familiar station, Wendell finally relaxed. His head throbbed with pain, and he felt as if he had expended too much energy. At this moment, he quickly reviewed his experience in Utopia. As he recalled, Wendell suddenly sat up straight. When he had used the excuse of going to the washroom last night, he had been carrying a suitcase and umbrella. He didn't look like a passenger who had temporarily disembarked from the steam locomotive. As for the staff member at the platform, he didn't notice this. Or rather, he had already discovered it, but he didn't expose it for some unknown reason. Chapter 1369. All of a sudden, the muscles on Wendell's back tensed up, as though he was about to explode. He was alarmed and suspicious. A few guesses flashed through his mind uncontrollably. The residents of Utopia are all monsters in human skin. They usually look very normal, but as long as they encounter a logical blind spot, they will show a side that's different from ordinary people and ignore the obvious problems? Or could it be that the station staff had already discovered that I was lying, but they weren't willing to deal with me, so they deliberately pretended not to see it and let me go? Why is that so? Yes, carrying my suitcase to the washroom can be explained as me being afraid of losing my luggage. However, the entire platform is sheltered, so there's no need to take out an umbrella in advance. Besides, the rain has long stopped. Wendell subconsciously looked out the window and saw the sun shining brightly on the platform. One passenger after another was waiting behind the police line in an orderly manner. It was completely different from the gloomy feeling that Utopia gave off. Phew! He exhaled, and his body suddenly relaxed a little. This isn't Utopia. I've already left, Wendell muttered to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. When he recalled his oversight, it was as though he had fallen into a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. After a while, Wendell stood up and decided to go to the platform to smoke a cigarette to ease his mood. The tobacco comforted him very well, making him recall his experiences in Utopia. During this process, he had an inspiration for his encounter. Maybe it was because I helped Trish sincerely that the staff at the station ignored my question and let me go? Compared to the residents of Utopia being monsters in human skin, Wendell was more willing to accept this explanation. At this moment, he saw the conductor talking to a group of people in a corner from the corner of his eye. Wendell inconspicuously took a few steps closer to hear what they were saying. With his extraordinary hearing, he vaguely heard a conversation from a distance that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Last night Platform. Utopia. The kingdom doesn't have it. Please keep it a secret. Wendell's eyebrows twitched slightly. Combined with the description of the documents in his arms, he roughly understood what the group of people were saying to the conductor. They were saying that there was no Utopia station in the kingdom, and the steam locomotive's status last night was missing. At that moment, Wendell felt a strong sense of lingering fear. He felt that being able to leave Utopia alive was his greatest fortune. It took Alfred nearly a week to return to Bakeland from Port Escalante. This was because he had visited the families of his fallen comrades, his former friends, his elders who had returned to their fiefdoms for vacation, and some of his family's business partners. This is more tiring than participating in a battle, Alfred complained to his father, Earl of Hall. Earl of Hall smiled and pointed to the staircase. Let's go back to the room and rest for a while. We'll talk in the study later. He was quite satisfied with his second son's mental state and growth progress. Alfred looked around and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Where is the most dazzling gem in Bakeland?" He paused for a moment, then added, "Don't worry. And where's Hibbert?" Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Audrey went to her foundation and only returned in the afternoon." Audrey went to her foundation and will only be back in the afternoon. She has been complaining that you can't provide a definite itinerary, so she has no way of knowing when you will arrive. Hibbert is now the cabinet secretary. He's very busy. Alfred nodded and didn't say anything else. He returned to his room to take a shower and changed into a shirt, vest, and formal suit. "I prefer East Balam's casualness," he said to his adjutant with a smile as he looked in the mirror. "This makes you look more like a noble," his adjutant said as he handed over the document in his hand. "General, this is from MI9. Me9?" Alfred thoughtfully destroyed the seal on the document bag. "There's the results of the Utopia investigation so soon?" Before he could finish his sentence, he had already taken out the document and flipped through it. During this process, Alfred's flipping of the pages became slower and slower. In the end, he went back to the beginning and read it again. The main content of the investigation report was divided into two parts. First, the members of MI9 who had escorted Alfred's report had mistakenly entered Utopia and witnessed a murder. They had forcefully escaped in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive. Second, there wasn't a Utopia station on any of the train routes from Desi Bay to Bakeland. There was also no Utopia port in the Berserk Sea. Subsequent investigations didn't find any traces. Neither of these two situations was beyond Alfred's tolerance. What surprised and stunned him was the culprit in the murder case. Her name was Trish, the owner of a hotel. She had received secondary education and graduated from a grammar school. Later, she became the mistress of a businessman and had recently been trying to escape this identity. This was rather consistent with the owner of the hotel, Trish, whom Alfred had met. Every detail matched. Therefore, Alfred determined that the murderer was Trish, the beauty who had received a certain level of education and who played melancholic music at night. Is this the story behind her? Alfred muttered to himself. This made the residents of that utopia seem abnormally real, and not just an illusion as Alfred had imagined. In other words, after the outsiders left, the residents of Utopia still had their own lives. They had their own love, hatred, pain, and sorrow, as well as all kinds of experiences. Apart from Utopia, which didn't seem to exist in the real world, it was similar to an ordinary town in the kingdom of Rouen. Perhaps Utopia really exists, and everyone there is real. However, if I want to enter it, I have to be at the right place at the right time. Alfred nodded indiscernibly and sighed as he put away the investigation report from MI9. As far as he was concerned, this matter was over. He had no intention of delving deeper into the investigation. After all, there were countless strange things and phenomena in the southern continent. If he was too curious, it would only bring him unimaginable danger. After tidying up his clothes and emotions, Alfred came to his father's study and knocked on the embossed door. "Please come in." Earl of Hall's voice sounded. Alfred combed his blonde hair, pushed the door open, and found a seat. Earl of Hall smiled at him. "I'm a man now." "No one would say such a thing to a man," Alfred replied without the slightest reservation. "In my heart, you're still that rebellious youth." Earl Hall smiled and said, "You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder?" Alfred replied with a double meaning. "Yes, I am already a true knight." Earl of Hall nodded and suddenly sighed. "You must have experienced a lot of pain. As far as I know, no matter if it's magic potions or war, they will bring serious harm to people, both physically and mentally." "Everyone has a lot of pain in their life," Alfred said with a sigh. He used Rouen euphemism. After a pause, he added, "Compared to when I left Bakeland, I'm in a better state now. As long as I grasp the method, I don't need to worry too much about crazy breakthroughs at my level." Earl of Hall didn't mention this matter again. He said, "Your sister has also become a Beyonder." Alfred was first alarmed before he recalled something. He said with some annoyance, "I thought it was really just a simple change in her hobbies." "From the looks of it, Audrey's adventure has received your help." Earl of Hall said in enlightenment, "I hope you can talk to her and tell her how dangerous, crazy, and painful the path of Sequence potions is. Let her stay at her current level." Alfred replied without hesitation, "I'll do it." In the evening, in Audrey's private study. "Alfred, why are you looking for me?" Audrey, who had changed into casual clothes, led Susie and opened the door for her brother. She had been waiting for her brother for a few minutes. "There's something I want to remind you of." Alfred walked into the study and casually pulled a chair to sit down. Audrey smiled faintly and pointed at the huge golden retriever. "Do you need me to let Susie out?" Looking at the golden retriever that was obediently squatting by the side with eyes filled with humanity, Alfred couldn't help but laugh. "There's no need. I don't think it will eavesdrop on our conversation." Audrey casually corrected him. When the noblewoman sat opposite him, Alfred sincerely sighed in his heart, "You're right." After not seeing her for a few years, his sister was no longer immature. Be it her looks or bearing, they had reached a level that left him in awe. She was no longer the little girl of the past. Alfred retracted his gaze and asked casually, "I heard that you've become a Beyonder?" "Yes." Audrey nodded calmly. Alfred had originally planned on asking what sequence she was at, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily lead to a backlash. Alfred originally planned on asking what his sequence was, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily cause a backlash. Hence, he deliberated over his words. "You should be a Beyonder from the spectator pathway, right? The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister, right?" The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister. After waiting for Audrey to give him an affirmative answer, Alfred asked in a joking tone, Can you do therapy in the psychological field now? Most Beyonders, including me, need help in this area. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm already a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Arbiter pathway. Audrey pursed her lips and smiled. I'm a qualified psychiatrist. I've received professional training. You can verify this with Daddy and Mommy. Already a Sequence 7. Alfred's expression gradually turned solemn. Audrey, there's something I need to remind you of. The potion doesn't just bring you power. Having said that, he paused and observed his sister's reaction. He realized that Audrey wasn't impatient at all. She was listening very seriously. Every potion contains madness that can lead to loss of control. I've seen similar situations before, more than once. It happens to my enemies, and it also happens to my friends. No group is immune. Alfred combined his experiences in East Balam and explained the dangers of the potion in detail. During this process, he realized that not only was his sister, Audrey, listening attentively, but Susie was also very quiet. Chapter 1370. MI9's office building was located on Bellato Street in Westboro. It was an inconspicuous 3-story building. There wasn't any sign at the door that indicated its identity. There was only a simple sign hanging on the door. 9. The core of this office building was underground, and the upper floors were mainly filled with civilian staff. Of course, most of the Beyonders belonging to MI9 wouldn't go underground for no reason. The environment there wasn't good, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was possible for an accident to happen at any time due to improper supervision of a sealed artifact. Zio was currently the deputy team leader of the Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage team. She was directly in charge of a sizable team of Beyonders, and was responsible for handling espionage cases related to Intis in Bakeland. There's a mission here. Her superior, the deputy director of MI9 and the leader of the Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage team, Lieutenant General Pantek, picked up a document and handed it across the desk. Is it urgent? Zio reached out to take it and asked cautiously. Lieutenant General Pantek was a typical old Ruan man with a rather receding hairline. He picked up a white porcelain coffee cup and took a sip. It's not urgent. Low danger level. In fact, this mission will be issued to all members, hoping that someone will be lucky enough to complete it. Such a description exceeded Zio's expectations, but she didn't open the document on the spot. Instead, she directly replied, I'll inform my team members. After leaving Lieutenant General Pantek's office, Zio returned to her room. When she threw her body into her seat, she seemed to hide. After quickly scanning the document in her hand, Zio roughly understood why the deputy director had said that. The utopia that needed to be investigated didn't seem to be anywhere in the northern and southern continents, nor was it on any of the known islands in the 5 seas. In the past 2 weeks, many people had entered the so-called utopia, but their methods and locations were completely different. Some had arrived in the Sonia Sea near the Berserk Sea during a terrifying storm. Some had arrived in the middle section of the railway from Desi Bay to Bakeland. They had mistakenly stopped in that city due to a heavy rainstorm. Some were in Civilaus County and entered because they got lost. Up to now, no one has been injured or mentally affected by entering Utopia. It's no wonder that Deputy Director Pantek said that the danger level is very low. In addition, there's no way to summarize the current situation. It's difficult to find the true location of Utopia, so there's no way to specially send people in to investigate. Yes, indeed, I can only inform all the members of the situation, hoping that some of them will accidentally arrive in Utopia and carefully gather some information. Zio put down the document in her hand and stood up regretfully, preparing to inform her subordinates. She felt regretful because the difficulty of completing this mission was extremely high. There was almost no hope for her. This prevented her from further accumulating contributions. In the past half a year, in order to deal with the apocalypse, Zio had been very busy every day. As she dealt with Mi-9's matters, she completed the various missions given by Mr. Fool. By doing so, she accumulated contributions on both sides to exchange for the imperative mage potion formula and Beyonder characteristic in preparation for her wish of becoming a demigod. And up to now, Zio was still a little lacking in both aspects, especially within Mi-9. If she didn't make any huge contributions, Zio couldn't see any hope. If it wasn't for the fact that she could receive a generous salary from Mi-9 and enjoy all sorts of benefits, as well as the fact that she could rely on her status and identity to obtain a large amount of intelligence to help her complete the missions given by Mr. Fool, Zio wanted to resign and become a bounty hunter again. That way she would have more freedom. I can ask about this case on the tarot next time. Perhaps Mr. World and the others will have some clues. As Zio thought, she pushed open the door to the room where her team members were. After assigning the mission to Utopia, Zio specially exhorted. If the situation isn't right, even if you have a chance to enter Utopia, you can just give up. That town of unknown authenticity doesn't show any signs of danger. Perhaps it's because it hasn't been agitated. After being busy for a while, Zio finally ended a tiring day. She returned home before 7:30 and had dinner with her mother, brother, and Furs to enjoy a limited amount of relaxation. In the wee hours of the morning, she finished washing up and walked to the bedroom window. She pinched the curtains and prepared to close them. During this process, Zio naturally cast her gaze outside and discovered that the crimson moon in the sky had become round and large at some point in time. Furthermore, its color had clearly deepened, as though it was flowing blood. Blood moon. Zio suddenly turned her head and looked next door in concern, somewhat worried about her friend's condition. However, she quickly recalled that Furs was already a sequence 4 demigod. She was no longer afraid of the effects of the full moon ravings. In the room next door, Furs was lying on the bed, admiring the blood moon outside the window. She endured the pain of having her head pricked by needles as she listened to Mr. Dorr speak. Although going from Sequence 3 to Sequence 2, from an incomplete mythical creature to a true mythical creature, is indeed a qualitative change, I believe that Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 also has a qualitative change to a certain extent. It can even be said that Sequence 3 is the most beautiful level in the Beyonder pathway. At this level, there's no need to rely on external forces to resist the inclination towards madness and losing control. There's no need to suffer at all times, and one also has Beyonder powers that completely exceed ordinary people. They're more like gods and not humans. Furthermore, they can obtain a small number of anchors to further stabilize their mental state. If it wasn't for the fact that most Sequence 3 Beyonders don't have long enough lifespans, making it difficult for them to live past 500 years old, I don't think many saints would have the motivation to advance to angel. Yes, yes. Furs nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. At the same time, her forehead twitched slightly as she secretly yawned. She was already somewhat accustomed to the pain brought about by speaking directly with Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr continued, Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. This means that the spirit world can no longer trap you. You can enter the cosmos and roam the astral world. You can head to different planets and experience true silence, true desolation, true magnificence, as well as a completely different civilization from the local world. Only by experiencing this for yourself will you know how tiny the world you live in is. Mr. Dorr briefly recounted his experiences to showcase the magnificence of the cosmos, as well as the richness and charm of different civilizations. This made Furs a little entranced. If not for the stabbing pain in her head reminding her, she would have even forgotten that the narrator was a dangerous king of angels. As long as you help me escape, I'll give you the Wanderer potion formula and Beyonder characteristic, and help you complete the ritual. Of course, all of this can be paid in advance. At the end of the full moon ravings, Mr. Dorr made another promise. It's really something to look forward to, Furs praised sincerely. When Mr. Dorr's voice gradually weakened and disappeared, Furs suddenly pulled out the pillow from her waist and lay down. In less than 3 minutes, she fell asleep peacefully. To her, the vast cosmos was indeed filled with charm, but there was also the danger of being corrupted just by understanding it. She had no motivation to explore it. I'll consider it after I finish touring the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. In her sleep, Furs muttered to herself almost silently. At this moment, the blood-red moon outside the window had long faded, returning to a lighter crimson color, and it was incomplete. A huge blood-colored moon hung on the edge of the cliff, illuminating the swamp below. The swamp was dark red in color and constantly bubbled. It was as if there was magma boiling everything at the bottom. At a glance, the swamp had no end, like a vast ocean. But a rock fell from the edge of the cliff and into the swamp. In the next second, a bubble popped up and silently burst, giving birth to a blood-stained baby. The baby staggered and swam close to the cliff, attempting to climb up. But the stone beneath Emlyn White's feet shattered as he fell off the cliff and into the swamp. The vampire count woke up abruptly from his dream and glanced at his surroundings in a daze and fear. After confirming that this was his room and that he was surrounded by many familiar dolls of all sizes, Emlyn slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a heavy expression, "That dream wasn't simple." As a shaman king, he had a sufficient understanding of the dream domain. Could this be the so-called divine revelation? But I didn't receive any revelations. Emlyn thought for nearly a minute, but he couldn't find an answer. Then, he decided to ignore the question and planned on asking Father Yutravsky when he had the time. The moon, which had lost its blood-red color and was no longer full, illuminated the garden of the Cathedral of Waves. Alger reached out to catch the note delivered by Gale and unfurled it. Verdu is searching for a pirate ship or smuggler ship that goes to Bansi. Bansi Harbor had yet to be rebuilt, and there were no liners that headed there. Verdu, who cherished the opportunity to teleport, could only rely on unconventional methods. To Bansi? Alger immediately frowned. He knew very well what Bansi meant, but he didn't understand why Verdu wanted to go to Bansi. There shouldn't be anything there. No, even if the church had raised Bansi, there would still be some abnormalities left there. Furthermore, the church hadn't investigated what problems were hidden in Bansi back then. As a cardinal, Alger had the right to access some confidential documents, including the records of the Church of the Storm's actions against Bansi. In addition, he had learned more from Mr. Fool and the World, German Sparrow. After some thought, Alger quickly made a decision. He planned on getting his shadow guard to arrange a pirate ship for Verdu. In this regard, Alger knew that many key figures didn't need to appear personally or use their names. Of course, in the Rorstad archipelago, a smuggler ship was often equivalent to a pirate ship. P.S. I discovered that there's no update. So the timing was wrong. Chapter 1371. I sat on the chair in the police station and looked at the 2 men in black and white checkered uniforms. Their mouths were opening and closing as if they were saying something. The one on the left had a cold expression as if he had seen too much misfortune. The one on the right was still young and inexperienced with a hint of pity in his eyes. I didn't feel any pain, nor did I regret stabbing myself. At that moment I even felt like I had been liberated. The warm blood that sprayed on my body was like redemption from God. I only regretted chasing after money when I was young and sacrificing my dignity, body, and freedom. In the past few days at the police station, I had found enough peace to think deeply about this problem. I had thought about it more thoroughly than I had in many years. My weak will and immature mind were the root cause of my mistake, but it didn't mean that they were the whole reason. Ever since I was a child, the education I received told me that hard work and struggle were for a big house, floor-to-ceiling windows with plenty of light, more than 3 servants, a garden of my own, silver-inlaid or gold-inlaid tableware, A dinner party filled with delicious food, a dance party resounding with melodious music, and so on and so forth. The newspapers and magazines I read told me over and over again that only those with enough dignity could be called middle class, that they were the pillars of the kingdom, that they were refined, excellent, not vulgar, had character, and had compassion and knowledge at the same time. At the same time, they also told me what it meant to be presentable. Presentable meant wearing a beautiful dress, matching clothes for different occasions, expensive skincare products, makeup, exquisite and fashionable women's handbags, a concert, afternoon tea, and a party filled with style. And all of this was converted into gold pounds, and gold pound. I have to admit that the pursuit of a better life is everyone's instinct, but when a girl is told that by every aspect she comes into contact with, when the mainstream of society is dignity, refinement, and elegance, it's hard for her not to be affected. I don't know what this phenomenon is called, but I know that if all of this doesn't change, tragedies like mine will continue to appear, and there will be more and more. And at that time there will definitely be people cursing, "Look, these gold-digging girls, they sold their souls." Subconsciously, I turned to look outside the window and saw the beautiful and prosperous world. I saw the red blood flowing in this world. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" A voice pulled me back from my thoughts. It was the slightly immature police officer. I smiled at him, not telling him that I had been thinking about something philosophical. It was ridiculous that a gold digger who sold her soul would actually think about such a boring thing when being questioned by a police officer. The policeman nodded and said to me, "Miss Trish, you'll be going to court next. We'll arrange a lawyer for you." "I'm sorry, we didn't keep that witness, only his confession, which is quite disadvantageous to you." "It's okay," I told him calmly. "I will try my best to defend myself and repent for the crimes I have committed. I only hope that I can have a new life in the future." I thought for a moment and smirked. I said to the two police officers, "Yes, sir. While I'm waiting for the trial, can you help me borrow a few books from the library?" Phenomena of social thought and education. At that moment, I saw that the two police officers were a little dazed and a little surprised. Sitting at the bottom of the long, mottled table, I heard Miss Judgment talking about utopia. After she finished, I looked around and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. This is a ritual." As expected, I saw Miss Judgment's gaze freeze. I felt Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice look over with a hint of speculation. At that moment, I seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking. They would definitely suspect that this was the world's German Sparrow's Sequence 1 ritual, and they had long used the tarot's internal communications to know that with a Sequence 0 true God, it was impossible for a Sequence 1 to exist. I had already prepared an explanation for this matter, which was to have them think about the ancient god of the sun and his 8 archangel kings. Unfortunately, no one raised any questions. Perhaps they had already made the connection to the kings of angels, or perhaps they believed that the ritual involved in Utopia was mainly to help Mr. Fool further recover. I looked at the beautiful lady who was in a daze and deliberated for a moment. I asked, "Miss Tracy, where do your parents live?" "They've already passed away." The beautiful lady whose soul no longer belonged here replied in an ethereal voice. I lowered my head to record it. "Do you have any other relatives?" The lady turned her head to look out the window and casually replied, "No." I exchanged looks with my colleague and raised my voice. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" The lady opposite me retracted her gaze and smiled at me. I didn't know what she was thinking, but she was as quiet as a flower blooming alone at night. This analogy came from a book of poems. My brother told me that reading poems made me more charming. Of course, up to now, that book of poems had only brought me mockery. My colleagues at the police station thought that it was worthless. After telling the lady opposite me about the matter of the court, I saw her reveal a faint smile and ask us to help her borrow a few books from the library that I found difficult to understand from the names. That smile, combined with the names of the books, had an indescribable beauty. After sending Miss Tracy back to the temporary detention room, I packed up the case materials and prepared to visit the lawyer. This was something I had long since arranged. I leaned back in my chair and listened to the fellow, Emlyn, describe his dream. After Father Yutravsky's appraisal, this dream didn't originate from the divine revelation of Earth Mother. This makes one cast suspicious gazes at the moon, at the mother goddess of depravity, and then suffer corruption. I was nearly amused by my own thoughts. As a senior seer, a master at interpreting dreams, I didn't act humble and frankly spoke of my understanding. There are 3 possibilities. The first is that this dream is luring you to seek something or pursue something, and to a certain extent, it's interfering with your fate. The second is that this dream hopes that you will deeply interpret it and understand it. Then, it will use this to slowly and imperceptibly corrupt you. The third is that you're too worried about the goddess of beauty, so you dream of the most terrifying scene. There's no need to mention the third possibility. The way to deal with the first 2 possibilities is the same. Don't think about it, don't probe it, and don't leave Bakeland if there's no need. With that said, I saw Emlyn nod without any hesitation. I knew that this was the way he liked to handle things. A murder case? I browsed through the case information in my hand and used the change in my voice to express my doubt. You should hire a lawyer. I was only a solicitor. Strictly speaking, I didn't have the right to appear in court. Of course, this was the strictest case. In reality, it didn't exist. As long as the case wasn't big and didn't involve the criminal courts, solicitors could appear in court to provide help. The policeman in the black and white checkered uniform smiled and said, "Utopia is only a small city. There's no lawyer in Utopia, so we have to hire one elsewhere. Besides, this case is being prosecuted for excessive self-defense. The sentence is very short, and the amount involved is less than £400. We can first place it in the magistrate's court for trial. Once it's determined that excessive self-defense isn't established, it can be transferred to the criminal courts. You know a lot. You want to become a lawyer? However, normally speaking, a murder case that is prosecuted for excessive self-defense has to be handed over to the criminal court. This is the benefit of a small city. Many things aren't that strict." I thought for a moment and tersely acknowledged. "Then I'll try to plead not guilty. Also, please arrange a time for me to meet Miss Tracy as soon as possible." After flipping through the information, I already had quite a bit of confidence in this case. The biggest problem now was whether Miss Tracy's image could garner sympathy. Yes, although my solicitor's license was forged elsewhere, it doesn't negate my professionalism. It just so happened that I made a mistake during the exam. Bansi? Verdu wants to go to Bansi? I sat at the bottom of the long, mottled table and looked at the hanging man, who was reporting to Mr. Fool. I was somewhat puzzled by the development of the matter. Verdu, who is obsessed with mysticism and wants to use this to save Mr. Dorr, does have a certain reason to explore the abandoned Bansi harbor. Furthermore, he has lived in Byam for about half a year, so it's normal for him to come into contact with Bansi's information. The main problem is that the surveillance footage of the hanging man didn't provide any corresponding signs, making Verdu's actions appear a little abrupt. I have to raise the attention on this matter. I nodded inwardly and heard Mr. Fool instruct, "Continue monitoring." I played the lyre by the fountain in the municipal square. I used a knife and fork to cut the steak. I was in the cathedral, explaining the teachings of the goddess to the believers. I extended my right hand and left the carriage with the help of a gentleman. I received the new dress I had been looking forward to for a long time and couldn't wait to change into it. I strode forward with 4 legs and was chased by a child. I laughed loudly and stumbled as I played with a dog. Suddenly, we jolted and looked up at the sky. We saw illusory and fine lines emerge from our bodies and extend to an infinite height above the grayish-white fog. It extended into an ancient palace and landed in the hands of a tall figure shrouded in fog. During this period of time, Klein's state had been very strange. It was as if he had completely split into thousands of living beings. Each avatar had its own will, thoughts, cognition, and destiny. However, above the many consciousnesses, there was a main consciousness that occupied a dominant position. It constantly suffered all kinds of impacts, as though it would be assimilated by the sea of consciousness that it had formed at any moment. However, it ultimately persisted, allowing Klein to maintain a certain level of lucidity. His main body had been lying underground in St. Ariana Cathedral. His consciousness would occasionally rise to Sapphira Castle and sink into his body. The various scenes that the marionettes experienced constantly flashed in his mind, like a dream formed from a large number of fragments. Chapter 1372. Baekeland Steam Locomotive Station, Platform 3. After chatting with his parents and sister for a while, Alfred seized the time before departure to leave the train. He came to the platform and said to a squire, "Give me an East Balham cigarette." If his experiences over the years had any negative effects on him, apart from the mental torment and pain, there were only a few bad habits. After smoking East Balham cigarettes, which were made from roasted tobacco leaves wrapped in spices and herbs, Alfred was no longer used to the popular paper cigarettes in the northern continent. He believed that they were bland and tasteless, like spirits that had been mixed with water. As for cigars, he believed that they needed a good environment to slowly savor them. They weren't suitable for the present. Of course, he wasn't a heavy smoker. As a disciplinary paladin, he had the physique and mental fortitude to resist the effects of smoking. The reason why Alfred came to the platform to smoke was because he found it too stuffy in the carriage, and his mother kept mentioning his marriage. After the squire took out and lit the East Balham cigarette, Alfred brought the yellowish-black item to his mouth and took a deep puff. That strong smell seeped into his body, making him suddenly feel refreshed. At this moment, he saw a blond man who resembled a classical sculpture walk over with his valet. Alfred hesitated for a moment before revealing a smile and raising his right hand. "Hibbert, I thought you wouldn't be returning to Eastchester." The person who came was none other than the eldest son of Earl Hall, Alfred's brother, Lord Hibbert Hall. Hibbert outlined a smile that perfectly matched etiquette. "I'm only a cabinet secretary, not the cabinet chief secretary. I won't be so busy that I don't even have a weekend." In fact, he wouldn't be the cabinet chief secretary either. His main goal was to accumulate experience in different positions in the various government departments. He wanted to build his own network of resources and prepare to enter the House of Lords in the future. Alfred took another puff of the East Balham cigarette and smiled. "Have a good weekend." After watching Hibbert enter the carriage, Alfred vaguely sensed that someone was looking in his direction and discussing. "Why aren't there any passengers waiting on that train? It doesn't seem to be full." "Haha, that's a special train that a big shot booked in advance with a hefty sum of gold pounds. I know that you might not have seen something like this before, but you have to remember that this happens frequently in big cities like Baekeland and Constant. When those big shots bring their families out, they'll definitely have hundreds of servants with them. They might even have pets. How could they possibly squeeze into the same train as ordinary people?" "Is that so? I wonder who it is?" Alfred turned his head and looked over. There were dozens of people in grayish-blue uniforms on the second platform. They were quietly sizing him up through the empty track. The distance between the two parties wasn't small. If it wasn't for Alfred's outstanding hearing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to figure out what those people were discussing. "Who are they?" Alfred tilted his head and asked his adjutant. All he could tell was that the uniforms they wore belonged to the railroad company. The adjutant immediately turned around and found the staff member in charge of the platform to question him. Soon, he jogged back and whispered to Alfred, "General, they are train dispatchers from all over the kingdom. They are currently in Baekeland for a short-term training." Alfred nodded slightly and glanced at the second platform. The oldest of the train dispatchers had white hair, and the youngest looked to be in his early 20s. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, and there was no lack of people with graying sideburns. Sonia C., City of Generosity, Byam. Verdú carried his luggage that didn't contain anything valuable and boarded a small boat at night. He left the port and boarded a pirate ship. Sequence 7 of the Apprentice Pathway wasn't very good at combat. Although Verdú carried mystical items, he was rather afraid of the negative effect. He wasn't willing to use them unless it was necessary. Therefore, in order to avoid danger, he, who lacked trust in pirates, tried his best not to bring anything that could attract the greed of others. The pirate on the deck glanced at Verdú and chuckled. "Don't be afraid. We keep our promises. As long as you pay enough for the ticket, we definitely won't throw you into the sea. Here, you're even safer than taking a liner. At the very least, you don't have to worry about encountering pirates." Seeing Verdú remain silent, clearly a little afraid, the pirate smugly threw a key at him. Second floor on the deck, the innermost room. Verdú caught the brass key and entered the cabin. He climbed a flight of stairs and walked down the corridor to the deepest part. This floor seemed to be specially prepared for people who boarded a pirate ship for various reasons. Along the way, Verdú encountered several passengers who didn't look like pirates at all. Among them, there were ladies dressed in slightly revealing clothes that made them look like street girls. There were middle-aged men with protruding stomachs and oily faces. There were also extremely cold young men wearing cloaks and top hats. "Do you want to stay at my place?" the lady asked with a charming smile when she saw Verdú looking over. It was unknown if she planned on doing some business along the way, or if she was in a rush while doing business. Verdú ignored her, retracted his gaze, and arrived outside his room. The chiseled young man also stopped at the door diagonally across from them. "Bakeland, Westborough, 9 Bellato Street. Please come in." Zio straightened her body from the wide chair. The office door creaked open, and 2 MI9 members from Zio's team walked in. "Colonel, we've found something from the investigation of Utopia." One of the men in a dark jacket handed a report to Zio. Zio was slightly alarmed, but at the same time, she perked up. "What is it?" The man in the dark jacket simply said, "Over the past few days, we've taken advantage of the free time after we handed over the previous mission to personally visit the passengers of the steam locomotive with our informants. All the passengers in Bakeland." There was no doubt that he was referring to the steam train that had mistakenly stopped in Utopia. "Okay." Zio nodded and gestured for her subordinate to continue. The man in the dark jacket pointed at the report. "Our preliminary confirmation is that the passengers who successfully arrived at Bakeland did not show any abnormalities. They are in good spirits and have no cognitive problems. However, we discovered something. Back then, not everyone returned to the train. According to 2 passengers, their seatmate chose to stay in Utopia. She's a lady who loves to travel and explore. She has a deep love for unfamiliar places. After witnessing Utopia's outstanding red wine, desserts, and unique bubbly iced tea, she decided to give up on her original itinerary and stay in this unique city for a period of time to unearth more beautiful things. This was all learned from the 2 passengers chatting with her. Not only were they seated together, but they also chose to stay in the same hotel. They had met in the morning. That hotel is the same as the one our intelligence agent stays in. It's called Iris's. Zio slowly nodded. "Have you investigated the lady's current situation? What's her name?" "No, we can't be sure if she has left Utopia," another MI9 member with a goatee replied. Another MI9 member with a goatee replied. The 2 passengers only knew the lady as Monica. They didn't know her surname or where she came from. Zio tersely acknowledged. "Your subsequent mission is to investigate this lady's origins, find her family and friends, and confirm if she has returned." "Yes, Colonel." The 2 MI9 personnel bowed and left Zio's office. Zio carefully read the report they had submitted and sighed silently. Compared to her subordinates, she was actually closer to the truth of Utopia. She already knew that it was a ritual and that it had a certain connection with German Sparrow. However, she had no way of reporting this news to earn merit points. Ignoring the problem of the source of the intelligence, what Zio needed to consider the most was if German Sparrow was willing to leak the news. Perhaps I can try contacting German Sparrow and ask for his opinion. Zio thoughtfully tidied up the table and left MI9. After changing her clothes, she returned to East Borough and Bridge Borough and headed to different bars like a bounty hunter to gather all kinds of information from different acquaintances. During this process, she asked about Utopia in passing, but no one had heard of it. Finally, Zio entered a bar in the Backland Bridge area and sat on a high stool at the bar counter. "Is there anyone suspicious recently?" "A lot of people are quite suspicious, but they don't have a bounty," the bartender replied casually. Zio circled around this topic and began probing for information. "Have you heard of Utopia?" "I've heard of it," the bartender replied while wiping a glass. Zio, who was scrutinizing the bar counter, slowly raised her gaze. She looked at the bartender and said, "Where did you hear that?" "There was a guest who came earlier. He was very restrained in his drinking. I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail, but he said that he had something to do and could only drink a glass of beer. I praised him and asked him where he was from, and he said, Utopia." The bartender didn't seem to mind and said, "I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail." Wendell had just finished his breakfast when he heard the doorbell ring. Through the peephole, he saw a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform outside. He opened the door with some confusion. "Excuse me, what's the matter?" Wendell asked politely. This house was the residence he was assigned after he came to Bakeland. This was because he would be staying in this metropolis for a period of time to undergo internal investigations and monitoring. The policeman was still very young and a little inexperienced. He looked to be in his early 20s. He forced a smile and said to Wendell, "Hello, I'm Biles. I'm a police officer. I have a case that I would like you to testify in court." "What case?" Wendell frowned slightly. The young policeman named Biles said with a polite smile, "Utopia's Tracy murder case." Wendell's pupils instantly dilated. Chapter 1373. At that moment, Wendell felt his calves tremble slightly, as though he couldn't support the weight of his body. After leaving Utopia, he had imagined the worst outcome. It was that he would suddenly die one day without any reason. However, he never expected to meet someone from Utopia in a metropolis like Bakeland. More importantly, the guest had invited him to Utopia again. To Wendell, this was an extremely terrifying nightmare. It was already considered good that he didn't collapse on the spot. Maintaining his basic calmness, Wendell squeezed out a troubled expression. "I've had a lot of things to do recently," the policeman named Biles immediately said. "The trial will be held in 2 weeks. The trial is in 2 weeks. Here are the relevant documents." As he spoke, he handed the document in his hand to Wendell. Frankly speaking, Wendell didn't want to take it, but he had no choice. Biles then took a step back. "This concerns a lady's future. I sincerely hope that you can testify in court." "It depends." Wendell didn't want to agree, nor did he dare to refuse. Biles didn't say anything else. He bowed and said, "I'll wait for you in Utopia. I will wait for you in Utopia. I hope we can meet again." With that said, he turned around, left the house, and entered the street. During the entire process, Wendell seemed to have been frozen, turning into a statue. He stood there without blinking. After more than 10 seconds, he seemed to finally wake up from a nightmare. His body went limp as he fell to the side, supporting himself with his right hand against the door. Just now, he was so afraid that Biles would forcefully bring him back to a non-existent Utopia. As such, Wendell didn't know if he would have a chance to leave. Perhaps he would disappear forever. Compared to a sudden death, This unpredictable but obviously bad ending terrified him even more. Hurry up and report this matter. Capture that policeman from Utopia and figure out the true situation of this strange town. Find a suitable solution to completely resolve the problem. After Wendell came to his senses, he forced himself to focus and prepared to inform the MI9 personnel who were secretly monitoring him. At this moment, he finally realized that there was a huge problem with his response. He didn't seize the opportunity to use the agreed gesture to inform his colleagues in the dark that there was something wrong with the visiting police officer. He also didn't try to stall for time and wait for the person monitoring him to discover that something was amiss. He also didn't use his former specialty as an intelligence officer to secretly ask which hotel Biles was staying at in Bakeland or which day and train number he had booked. He was so frightened that he could only subconsciously use the least unexpected response. With this in mind, Wendell walked out of the room and looked in the direction where Biles had left, but he didn't even see his back. The policeman from Utopia had blended into the carriages and pedestrians. Retracting his gaze, Wendell looked down at the document in his hand. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. What will happen if I don't go to Utopia to testify in court 2 weeks later? The more Wendell thought about it, the more afraid he became. His calves turned limp again. He hurriedly gestured to inform his colleagues, who were hiding around him, of his abnormality. Westboro, 9 Bellotto Street. Upon learning that a resident of Utopia had come to Bakeland, Zio was shocked and confused. According to her previous observations, Utopia was likely hidden in a secret place, or somewhere between reality and illusion. It allowed outsiders to enter and exit through random entrances. As for why outsiders were allowed to enter and exit, it was likely a requirement of the ritual. Therefore, from what Zio knew, the residents of Utopia wouldn't leave their hometowns to wander around. This is also a requirement of the ritual? What are the true identities of these residents? Believers of Mr. Fool, companions of the world's German sparrow? After Zio asked about the general appearance of the visitors from Utopia, she had no choice but to return to MI9 headquarters due to the lack of further information. She hesitated if she should send her subordinates to conduct a large-scale search. She wasn't sure if Mr. World would be happy to see such behavior, and she was worried that it would affect the ritual. After pacing back and forth in the office, Zio prepared to pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to pass her questions to the world's German sparrow. As she walked to the chair, Zio's gaze swept across the report on the table. It was an investigation report done by her two subordinates. On the one hand, it confirmed that there were no problems with the passengers who had successfully arrived in Bakeland, and on the other hand, it pointed out that a passenger had been stranded in Utopia. Passenger. Zio's eyes narrowed as she made a guess based on her intuition. That Utopia resident had come to Bakeland for a reason, not to run around. And his goal was very likely related to a passenger who had previously left Utopia. Zio was alarmed as she hurriedly sat down and attempted to pray. At this moment, someone knocked on her office door. "Please come in," Zio said after some hesitation. As the door opened, Zio saw Locke, who had a goatee, and Wendell, who had personally experienced the Utopia incident. "Colonel, Wendell met someone from Utopia. He came directly to pay a visit," Locke said in a somewhat jumbled manner. This development had also exceeded his expectations. Indeed, not only was Zio not surprised, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wendell. "Why did he visit you?" "He invited me to Utopia to testify in court for the Tracy murder case mentioned in my report." Compared to before, Wendell was clearly much calmer. He then added, "He's a policeman named Biles." "He's a policeman named Biles. I didn't dare ask him where he lived, when he planned on leaving, or which steam locomotive he planned on taking." In order to show that she took it seriously, Zio stood up and thought for a moment. "Locke, immediately gather your team members. Find the rental carriage driver who often waits for guests around Wendell's residence, as well as the public carriage driver who passes by the nearby area. Ask them if they have seen Biles. If they have, where they sent him to. Also, send someone to the steam locomotive station and wait at the entrance to observe the passengers coming and going. After instructing her subordinates, Zio turned to look at Wendell. Cooperate with them and draw out Biles's appearance. Yes, Colonel, Locke and Wendell answered at the same time. After they left and closed the door, Zio sat down again and began praying. Soon, she received a response from Mr. Fool. She saw the world, German Sparrow, praying in the gray fog. German Sparrow told her, "You can do the investigation normally. When necessary, you can raise the guess of a ritual, but it has to be included in a few options." Zio immediately heaved a sigh of relief and patiently waited for her subordinates to report on the investigation. When night fell, Locke returned to Bellato Street and reported to Zio. "We found the rental carriage driver who carried the Utopian." "Oh!" Zio expressed her concern. Locke gave a simple recount. That Utopian named Biles originally wanted the carriage driver to go to the dock, but the moment the carriage entered the corresponding area, he requested to get off, saying that he had arrived. That street was rather unfamiliar to the carriage driver, making him feel like he was lost. When he left that street, he realized that his surroundings had become familiar. Our people accompanied him there again, but he couldn't find the street no matter how hard he tried. Zio nodded slightly and said with a heavy tone, "It matches the description of entering and leaving Utopia in the previous case." "Colonel, do you mean that one can enter or leave Utopia from any street in any city?" Locke still found it unbelievable. Zio pondered for a moment. "That seems to be the case for now, but I keep feeling that there's a problem." How does Utopia connect to different places? What does it rely on to locate them?" After her voice gradually softened, Zio said to Locke, "Tell Wendell that he'll be spending the next 2 weeks here until the document expires." "All right, Colonel." Locke immediately turned around and left Zio's office. Wendell had no objections to Colonel Derrychaw's arrangements. It could even be said that he could only find a sense of security in the MI9 headquarters. His temporary quarters were a slightly modified night watch room, with windows that looked out over the lawn, garden, and trees. At a glance, Wendell saw a pitch-black crow. It stood on a branch and looked over quietly. Bansi at night was unusually gloomy, with the cries of crows or other seabirds echoing from time to time. Verdú stood by the window and looked at the dilapidated pier and the dead city that had been reduced to ruins. The pressure in his heart gradually increased. After a few days at sea, the ship he was on was about to arrive at Bansi Harbor. The captain had already told Verdú during the day that they would only wait for 2 hours. After that, Verdú could only wait on this uninhabited island for the next ship that would arrive at any time. Taking a deep breath, Verdú retracted his gaze and took off his coat. Then, he opened his suitcase, took out a classic black robe, and put it on. The surface of the robe was embroidered with gold and silver threads, and it was embedded with many gemstones the size of rice grains. It was a sealed artifact that belonged to the house of Abraham. After making his preparations, Verdú left the pirate ship and entered Bansi Harbor. On the way, the classic robe tightened, causing his face to turn purple as he nearly fainted. As he walked, Verdú found the original Bansi telegraph office, according to the map he had bought. He saw 2 bright blood-red marks in the middle of the collapsed building. It was as if 2 people had been crushed into meat paste. Beside the 2 shadows was a dilapidated wall. There was an octopus-headed monster wearing armor, stepping on waves, and holding a trident. Verdú raised the lantern in his hand and was about to take a closer look when he suddenly felt a drop of cold liquid land on his neck. He was alarmed as he subconsciously reached out to touch it. He felt that it was sticky and didn't seem like rainwater. Furthermore, it was colorless and didn't belong to blood. "It's a little like saliva." Verdú's forehead twitched as he slowly looked up at the spot where the drop of liquid might have landed. It was a dark, moonless, starless night sky. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1374. Verdu subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva as he felt an indescribable sense of fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. There was clearly no actual danger, but a drop of unknown liquid that fell from above made his spine turn cold and his pores tighten. Perhaps the environment here is too gloomy and silent, or perhaps the identity and source of the liquid is unknown. Verdu cautiously took 2 steps out and patiently observed. In the next few minutes, nothing strange happened. No more liquid fell from the sky. This made Verdu reasonably suspect that a bird had passed by with a sea fish or freshwater fish from the island stream in its mouth. There was a slightly sticky liquid dripping from the surface of the fish. He calmed himself down and checked the situation of the telegraph office ruins. Nearly 10 minutes later, Verdu confirmed that there were only traces of blood and simple murals that were related to mysticism. They were worth studying. He didn't rashly pick up the blood-colored soil to copy the strange murals. Instead, he took out a pure, dreamy crystal ball from his pocket. As an astrologer, he naturally had to use his best method to confirm if he should take action. With his left hand holding the crystal ball and his right hand caressing it, Verdu entered an astrological state. In the next second, the crystal ball emitted a bright light. Bang! It exploded, scattering the fragments in all directions. Verdu's gaze froze as he stood rooted to the ground, ignoring the pain brought about by the fragments stabbing into his body. It exploded. It actually exploded. He muttered to himself in disbelief. The crystal ball fragments that had stabbed into his body didn't seem to have broken through the classical robe. At that moment, they fell down without being stained with any blood. Of course, there were a small number of crystal ball shards on Verdu's jaw and face, creating small wounds. Who is it? Verdu suddenly snapped to his senses and turned to look elsewhere. In the ruins opposite him, a figure walked out. It was the girl who was dressed in revealing clothes from the pirate ship. She had originally hidden herself well and hadn't been discovered by Verdu. However, the crystal ball's explosion had given her a fright, causing her to react excessively and obviously, causing her stealth to fail. Verdu's injured face immediately contorted. "Why are you here?" The girl curled up the corners of her mouth and put on a nonchalant look. "This is Bansi Harbor, not your home. Why can't I be here? I'm bored, so I'm going to take a walk. I hope I can pick up some jewelry from the ruins. Is that okay?" She asked twice in a row without any intention of distancing herself from Verdu. Verdu didn't argue with her. He took out the ointment and medical alcohol that he had prepared beforehand and treated the injuries on his face and jaw. He then placed all the crystal ball fragments back into his pocket. He did not want his blood to stay in such a strange place. Then, Verdu tugged at an ornament on the classical robe. It was a door-shaped pattern composed of 3 rubies, 3 emeralds, and 3 diamonds. Almost instantly, the robe tightened, causing the flesh on Verdu's body to protrude. Just as Verdu's bones were about to break, his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Then, he teleported to the seaside peak outside Bansi Harbor. The mountain peak had also collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. According to what Verdu knew, this was once the place where the residents of Bansi sacrificed to the god of weather. It was also a key target of the Church of the Storm. After the crystal ball self-destructed to remind him of the unknown danger hidden in the Bansi telegraph office, Verdu didn't dare to continue exploring the area and gather mysticism materials. He could only forcefully move to the next location. And this also allowed him to escape from the girl's pursuit. As soon as Verdu's figure appeared, he bent down and panted heavily. He felt as though he had finally recovered from his suffocating state. At the same time, Verdu felt a stabbing pain in his right rib, as though a bone had been broken. After taking a few deep breaths, he endured the pain and took a few steps forward with his forehead covered in sweat. He arrived at the altar marked on the map. Without a doubt, the altar had been destroyed. All that was left was a glassy, slightly charred crater. There were rubble of different shapes scattered around it. The rubble had more or less traces of being struck by lightning. After Verdu Abraham surveyed the area, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. With a whistling sound, a portion of the small rubble was pushed away from the spot, revealing the ground that they had covered. This was a trickmaster's wind spell. Verdu used it to replace his manual labor to ensure his safety to the greatest extent. As the rubble flew away, Verdu saw the similarly charred ground. In some areas there were a small number of extremely incomplete patterns, and symbols. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became more intense as it reverberated in Verdu's ears. It made him look up into the sky in surprise. At some point in time, the wind that could only blow away small rubble had turned into a hurricane, pushing him to the point that he was staggering. Verdu immediately saw thick, dark clouds gather in the sky, as though a storm was about to descend. Although he had heard that Bansi was a weather museum, he had never thought that the change would be so sudden. For a moment, Verdu suspected that his wind spell had attracted a storm, or that the cleaning up of the altar ruins had triggered some change. This guess made his forehead break out into a cold sweat. Amidst the raging storm, Verdu saw a pile of rubble fly up diagonally in front of him, revealing a boulder that had been buried beneath it. The surface of the boulder was crisscrossed with deep cracks, giving off the feeling that it would crack with just a touch. At that moment, the wind had calmed down significantly, but the heavy rain was still brewing. Thinking that he was already at Bansi Harbor, and that he couldn't be scared away, he mustered his courage and approached the boulder that was covered in charred cracks. He then took out a magnifying glass with a strange pattern engraved on it and seriously checked the boulder's condition. 7 to 8 minutes later, Verdu put away the magnifying glass that was a mystical item and sighed regretfully and dejectedly. He had already confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the boulder and that it didn't involve mysticism. Just as Verdu was about to retract his gaze and leave, he suddenly saw a spot of red seep out from the bottom of the boulder where it connected to the soil. The bright red gradually expanded, like blood that was spreading out. However, it didn't infect too much. It was limited to a very small area. Verdu's mind instantly flashed with the two blood-red figures in the ruins of the telegraph office. He couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. His lips quickly turned dry, and his intuition told him that it wasn't anything good. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Verdu raised his right hand and created another gust of wind, causing many miniature rubble to roll over and completely fill the bottom of the boulder, concealing the bright red that seeped out. He didn't stay here any longer. He forced himself to activate teleport again and headed for his final destination. This time, another of his ribs was broken, and the pain was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. Coupled with the suffocation brought about by the spatial compression, Verdu felt like he was hovering on the edge of death. It took him dozens of seconds to recover, and he cast his gaze forward. This place was also in ruins. Collapsed houses covered the ground, which was overgrown with weeds. According to a pirate who had once explored the ruins of Bansi, there was an item worth studying here. It was a very ordinary wooden door, but it was the only thing that was still intact in all of Bansi. The pirate didn't discover anything special about the wooden door, so he got his men to lift it and attempt to move it back to the ship. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly collapsed. Their heads dragged their spines as they left their bodies and rolled to the side. This frightened the pirate. He didn't dare to stay any longer and led the rest of the crew to flee in a hurry. Verdu didn't completely believe the other party's story. Although he didn't have much experience at sea, he knew that sailors loved to brag. They would always exaggerate matters that were only 2 or 3 to 10. However, even if it was a boast, Verdu believed that the wooden door was worth studying. After some searching, he found his target. The ordinary-looking wooden door leaned against a collapsed wall. It had a brass keyhole and handle. There were no corpses around it, nor were there any traces of blood. It was the same as most of the ruins. Indeed, he was bragging. Perhaps the pirate heard about this wooden door from somewhere else. He and his men didn't dare to attempt to move it. Verdu looked around and suddenly said, "Who is it? Why are you monitoring me?" In fact, he didn't notice anyone around him. Based on his previous experience and lessons, he had used his words and reactions to deceive any possible monitors. In the next second, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked out from a shadow. He didn't say a word and silently left the place. As Verdu rejoiced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He seized the moment and approached the wooden door. According to the information he had obtained, no matter which side the wooden door was pushed to, it wouldn't bring about any unusual changes. And there wouldn't be any danger if he didn't try to move it. After thinking for a few seconds, Verdu retracted his hand into his sleeve and used his classic robe as a glove to pull the wooden door. The wooden door was erected, and the surroundings were silent. Verdu then pushed the wooden door like he would normally open a door, but he still didn't see any changes. He tried many other methods, but he couldn't make the wooden door show any abnormalities. It seemed that it was really just lucky to have survived the destruction of the Church of the Storm. Taking a deep breath, Verdu tried his best to regain his calm. He thought for a moment and tried to open the door again. However, unlike before, he held the handle and gently twisted it. After hearing the slight sound of metal colliding, Verdu pushed forward, allowing the wooden door to open diagonally backward. He leaned against the collapsed wall again. This time, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Verdu. In the fog, there was a faintly discernible street and row after row of houses. Outside one of the houses, there was a wooden sign. There seemed to be a few Rouen words written on it: Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office. As Verdu's pupils dilated, a calm voice sounded from the telegraph office that was shrouded in a faint fog. "Are you here to send a telegram? Please come in. P.S. There will be an update for February's monthly votes tonight." Chapter 1375. Although there was nothing special about the voice coming from the telegraph office, it was just a little intermittent and lacked obvious intonation. It normally wouldn't make one feel terrified. However, Verdu's heart suddenly surged with fear. It was as if a bullet with flames had shot into an arsenal and accurately hit a barrel of easily ignited gunpowder. It instantly detonated the fear that Verdu had accumulated and forcefully suppressed. The horror that swept through every corner of his body was like a palm that grabbed Verdu's heart and wiped away his brain. It made him turn around abruptly and frantically flee towards the ruined dock where the pirate ship was. During this process, Verdu completely forgot to think. He didn't remember that he was wearing a classical robe that could teleport. He only relied on his feet as he stumbled through the ruins. From time to time, he would trip over some junk and fall heavily. At other times, his face would turn purple from the tightness of his clothes. He had no choice but to stop and take deep breath. However, every time he relaxed a little, Verdu would get up and continue running. It was as if he had lost his mind and was only left with pure instinct. Without the strength he provided, the wooden door couldn't maintain its balance. After sliding along the collapsed wall for a while, it fell to the ground covered in brick. The grayish-white fog and the indistinct houses in the fog disappeared. 5 to 6 minutes later, Verdu ran back to the dock under the storm. His eyes stared straight ahead, filled with panic and loss. He didn't notice that there was a figure standing on the deck of the pirate ship, quietly looking down at him. It was the cold-looking young man wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. Without even thinking, Verdu immediately used the gangway to return to the pirate ship. He rushed all the way to the cabin, rushed to the second floor, and rushed into his room. Bang! He slammed the door and shrank into the narrow bed. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and trembled. When another rib broke, the pain assaulted his mind. Only then did Verdu recover. He realized that his limbs were sore and his body was hot. Every breath he took sounded like thunder. He struggled and worked hard. Finally, he took off the classical robe and fell back onto the bed. He felt dizzy and nauseous. There wasn't enough air. Outside the cabin, the cold-faced man suddenly raised his hand, took out a human-skinned glove from the air, and put it on his left hand. Suddenly, the man disappeared into thin air and appeared in a corner of the ruins, next to the ordinary-looking wooden door. He then bent down and pulled up the wooden door, allowing it to stand in front of a half-damaged wall. Right on the heels of that, the man in the black trench coat mimicked Verdu's actions. He reached out to grab the handle and twisted it down. Then he pushed the wooden door forward and let it fall back against the wall. Almost at the same time, he saw a grayish-white mist, and faintly discernible streets and houses in the faint mist. Among the buildings, the one that stood out the most clearly was the Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office. The rest were more or less blurry. At this moment, the calm voice in the telegraph office asked through the door, "Who are you?" "I'm Gehrman, Sparrow," the young man in the half-top hat replied in the same staccato voice. The interior of the Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office suddenly fell silent, as though someone was silently walking towards the door. At this moment, German Sparrow turned his head to the other side. In the depths of the shadowy street, a figure walked over. He was wearing a straw hat and had a towel hanging around his neck. He was bending over to pull something. As the figure approached, the outline of the object behind him gradually outlined itself. It was a small black carriage with 2 wheels. It had a roof that could block out the scorching sun and rain. Sitting in the carriage was a lady in a waist-length dress with a round fan painted with flowers and birds. She and the person pulling the carriage were covered by a relatively thick fog, making it impossible to see their exact appearances. When they passed by German Sparrow, the latter barely managed to see a few details through the fog. The face of the man who was bending over to pull the carriage was rotten to the bone, with pale yellow pus flowing out of it. The parts of the lady that weren't covered by the fan and her clothes had swollen skin that was glistening, embedded with many green and black spots. With a ding, a bell rang, and a blue train with only 2 carriages sped out in front of German Sparrow. It was only at this moment that German Sparrow realized that the streets were paved with iron-black tracks. Above them were long lines, and at the top of the train, there was a slightly complicated metal frame that slid over the long lines. Through the train's glass window, German Sparrow saw the passengers inside. They were facing the street, but only their heads were left. Each head was dragging a blood-stained spine. German Sparrow's pupils dilated slightly as he silently watched this scene without moving for a long time. After nearly a minute, he took a step forward in an attempt to enter the blurry street shrouded in grayish-white fog. However, the fog blocked him. No matter what method he used, he couldn't pass through it. 15 minutes later, German Sparrow stopped his attempt. He closed the wooden door and eliminated the fog. Then, he dragged the wooden door and teleported directly to the pirate ship. He wasn't worried about being cursed at all. He then placed the wooden door on the deck and reached out with his left hand to grab the door handle. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from German Sparrow's neck. His head seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand and dragged out his bloody spine. German Sparrow's expression didn't change. He coldly raised his right hand and pressed down on the top of his head, pressing his head back to its original position. Then, as if he wasn't affected, he turned the handle and pushed open the wooden door again, allowing it to lean against the side of the ship. But this time, there was no grayish-white fog, nor were there any shadowy streets, houses, or trains. It could be said that there was nothing unusual. In the next second, the wooden door rapidly rotted and turned into a pool of mud, as if it was escaping the fate of being experimented on. German Sparrow didn't stop him. He first took out a golden ruby ring from the air, and wore it for nearly 10 seconds. After making the ring disappear, German Sparrow reached out with his right hand and pulled out the ordinary wooden door from the void. He continued making various attempts. After confirming that the wooden door would lose its effects once it left Bansi, German Sparrow casually waved his hand and made it disappear in midair. 2 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally didn't descend. After the pirate ship left Bansi harbor, Verdu, who had treated his injuries, consumed a bottle of medicine and quickly fell asleep to adjust his mental state. In the gray world of dreams, he ran through the desolate wilderness, frantically searching for something, but to no avail. Suddenly, Verdu heard a slightly intermittent voice coming from the depths of the wilderness. Great God of War, Iron, the symbol of blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. This sentence was repeated over and over again, but it didn't disturb Verdu or wake him up from his dream. After an unknown period of time, Verdu naturally woke up and opened his eyes. At that moment, the morning sun shone into the cabin, bringing with it a slightly hazy light. Verdu slowly sat up and realized that he didn't need to use the powers of an astrologer to recall the 3-paragraph honorific name he had heard in his dream. And his rather rich knowledge of mysticism told him that it pointed to a hidden existence at the level of a deity. Was this caused by the incomplete symbols and symbols around the altar, or was it caused by the street I saw in the grayish-white fog? Verdu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He didn't rashly attempt to recite the honorific name because he knew how quickly and tragically people who had done such things would die. God of War. Verdu vaguely remembered that he had seen this deity's name in one of his family's books. He decided to do some research before considering what to do next. Bansi Harbor, on a collapsed mountain peak by the sea. Scarlet, blazing white, or orange flames emerged from the cracks in the rubble, forming a figure. This figure wore a black blood-stained armor and had a head of fiery red hair. He was young and handsome. There was a blood-colored mark between his eyebrows, and there were faint signs of decay on his face. He was none other than the Red Angel Evil Spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. If he didn't rely on Sapphira Castle and the Attendant of Mysteries characteristics to make marionettes run all over the world without considering the limitations of distance, I wouldn't have needed to take such a roundabout route. The Red Angel Evil Spirit Sked. It was unknown who he was talking to. In midair, a crow landed and stopped at the top of a boulder. There was a circle of white around its right eye, and a human voice sounded from its mouth. You actually used him, and not him. This doesn't seem like your style. The Red Angel Evil Spirit chuckled. Because he wishes for others to address him, and not him. As he spoke, Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at the crow. Compared to your true appearance, your current appearance is cuter, isn't it, little crow? The white-eyed crow replied without any anger. Your mockery is just like you. Your mockery and your people are still living in the previous era. The Red Angel Evil Spirit smiled and said, Things are progressing quite smoothly. I've already fooled him. However, I believe that even if he discovers it, he will likely pretend not to see it. If you want to become a great old one, the door has to return. The hypocritical, he might still be hesitating on whether to do it because it will bring about a huge disaster if he isn't careful. Haha, I like disasters. Little crow, when are you going to pay me? Without sufficient strength, I won't be able to gain the trust of that brainless house of Abraham. When he prays to you, said the white-eyed crow. If you're worried that you won't be able to maintain this state for too long, I can parasitize a worm of time into your body to help you maintain it. There's no need to thank me. As it spoke, the crow flapped its wings and disappeared into the night sky. The Red Angel Evil Spirit turned its head and, with the advantage of the terrain, looked down at the Bansi ruins with a slightly solemn expression. P.S. The first monthly ticket for February will be given, seeking monthly tickets for the last 3.5 days of March. Chapter 1376. This small city named Utopia isn't much different from the ones I've traveled to in the past. Be it its folklore, race, or architectural style, it's all standard Rouen. I heard that the southern continent has many strange and unusual customs. I hope to experience them myself one day. Of course, that's after East and West Balam restore peace. Speaking of utopia, the most special thing about this place is that the climate is changeable. There are often storms, so most people have umbrellas and raincoats smeared with Donningsman tree sap. The hotel attendant told me that as long as I have a certain income and have to work outside, I have to save money to buy a raincoat. Otherwise, disease will kill more people. There's no meteorologist here, so I have no way of knowing the reason for the changeable climate. I can only guess that it's because it's close to the sea and is located in a hurricane zone. Yes, there's a deep water harbor a few kilometers away from Utopia, but they lack manpower and are unable to operate it well. They can only maintain it on a small scale. They don't have a local newspaper either. After all, this is only a small city with a few thousand people. The paperboys mainly sell the Tussock Times, Desi Mirror, and Sea Breeze. The second reason I like this place is that many people in Utopia are cheerful and optimistic. They are passionate about life. When I wrote this, a band happened to pass by outside the hotel. This isn't a professional band, but a group formed purely by amateurs. Among them are government employees, magistrates, solicitors, professional police officers, school teachers, candy factory workers, shop owners. Among them, those who have the money and time are responsible for the tuba, violin, and other more difficult instruments. The middle and lower class citizens use the lyre, harmonica, and other simpler instruments. On certain days of rest, they will walk the street. They will set off from the municipal square and circle around the city before returning to St. Ariana Cathedral near the square. They call this a musical parade. During the parade, not only do they not reject the citizens from joining them, they even encourage them to sing or dance with them. According to my observations, the participants are rather happy and content. They are venting their love for life, and this gives me a sense of exuberance. I have to admit that this is very infectious. I've tried to join the parade and forget my troubles amidst the music, dance, and singing. All I remember is happiness. They're not on a cruise today. They're going to the church to bless a couple. Speaking of weddings, the thing I can't understand the most about Utopia is that it only has the Evernight Goddess's cathedral. You have to know that in most places in the kingdom, even in a small town, there will be at least two cathedrals. One belongs to the Evernight Goddess, and the other believes in the Lord of Storms. Before today, I couldn't imagine that an ordinary town in the kingdom would only believe in one god. However, this won't cause too much trouble for me. Before I was 18, due to my family's influence, I could only believe in the Lord of Storms. But after I graduated from grammar school, I truly understood that the goddess is the most compassionate one. Speaking of the wedding itself, I attended a wedding 2 days ago and realized that Utopia has some special customs in this regard. Among them, what I admire the most is that when the priest announces the marriage, the bride and groom will bow to each other. There's no question of who's higher or lower. It's just a serious expression of gratitude for spending a lifetime together. Perhaps this is a manifestation of the equality between men and women in the teachings of the goddess. In addition, at the celebration after the wedding, there will be some special game segments. For example, the bride and groom will tell their love stories. This might be a rather awkward matter for them, but it's rather interesting for the guests. Yes, I think so too. However, I definitely won't add such a segment to my own wedding. At that wedding, I heard the best love story I've ever heard in my life. If there's a chance, and if the readers who read this column like it, I'll consider retelling it. Of course, I'll change the names and some details so that the couple won't be troubled. The most important reason I like Utopia is that the food here is very delicious. The limited restaurants are all of a very high standard, and the best is undoubtedly the restaurant attached to the Irises Hotel where I'm staying. Be it the most basic fried steak, fried pork chops, charcoal roasted meat, pan-fried fish, or the more complicated or difficult stewed lamb with peas, cream soup, butter mashed potatoes, and roasted potato skins, they've definitely reached the level of a city chef. In addition, the chefs here are quite good at creating strange dishes in food. There's sweet and sour meat cubes, and there's grilled fish that's repeatedly smeared with all kinds of condiments. The chefs in Utopia haven't given up on the staple food that doesn't seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. I've eaten all kinds of toast in this city. Mashed taro, mashed potatoes, butter, light cream, fruit. As long as I'm willing, I won't be eating the same variety for a week. And among all the delicacies here, the most praiseworthy is their desserts. Cream pudding, fruit pudding, black forest cake, carrot cake, milk cake, muffins, egg tarts. At this point, I feel hungry again. This is the reason why I don't want to leave after staying here for a week. What I'm most worried about now isn't my wallet, but my weight. On one hand, I'm glad that the hotel doesn't have a mechanical scale, but on the other hand, I complain that they don't have one. Utopia's red wine is also quite outstanding. The only problem is that they lack age. It looks like the manners around this town don't have such awareness. Here, I have to seriously recommend a drink, Utopia Sparkling Iced Tea. It's very special. Apart from the sweetness and bubbles, it has an even more magical experience. Every evening, I'll take a walk in the municipal square. It's also the favorite leisure spot of the citizens of Utopia. They have an extraordinary love for those white pigeons. I met an artist in the municipal square. His name is Anderson. He's handsome and has excellent painting skills. Unfortunately, he's mute. I also met another writer. His name is Elisu. It's a rather strange name. He said that he was writing a long novel and asked me to review the beginning. I won't comment on him. I just find it strange that a few familiar names appeared at the beginning. This includes Anderson, Wendy. Yes, this is the owner of the bakery I love the most. I raised this question, and Elisu told me very seriously that when a writer can't think of a character's name, it's very reasonable to use people he knows as a reference. I agree very much. Due to space limitations, this sharing will end here. Love, Charlotte. Monica put down her pen and carefully read the manuscript twice, correcting the mistakes in words and grammar. She was a writer, and she wasn't very famous. She could only rely on writing third-rate love stories to make a living. After changing her faith to the Evernight goddess, her father almost cut off all contact with her. However, ever since Miss Furswall, who wrote Stormwind Mountain Villa, started a travel column and became rather popular after the war, Monica also began writing travel stories for some newspapers in Bakeland. This perfectly matched her hobbies, and her hobbies gave her articles a unique vitality, helping her become a famous travel writer. Charlotte was her pseudonym. After the handwriting had completely dried, Monica specially made another copy, stuffed it into an envelope, and stamped it. After confirming that the address was correct, the lady with wavy black hair and Desi Bay style carried her handbag, left the hotel, and headed for Utopia's post office. The post office was next to the telegraph office. Every time Monica passed by the latter, she felt that it was a waste. From her point of view, there were very few things that required telegrams in Utopia. It was too extravagant to specially set up a telegraph office. After sending the letter, Monica looked at the sky and strolled to the municipal square. When she arrived at the entrance of St. Ariana Cathedral, she met Biles. This was a police officer who had once come to the Irises Hotel to question Monica about the witness in Tracy's murder case. Unfortunately, Monica didn't know the Mr. Wendell. After nodding at each other and greeting each other, Monica entered the cathedral and found a seat. She quietly listened to the priest named Townsend's sermon. This was the most clergyman she had encountered after converting to the Evernight goddess. His hair was half white and he spoke slowly. He had a serene temperament, and his voice was deep. It always calmed people down without them realizing it. Monica then closed her eyes and focused on listening to the sermon. East Chester County, in a forest belonging to the Hall family. Alfred, Hibbert, and Audrey led their foxhounds and servants around the edge of the forest in pursuit of their prey. This was the first time the three siblings had hunted together since they came of age. In front of their sister, Alfred and Hibbert were having a good time, at least on the surface. And to Alfred, the biggest problem was how to control himself and not appear too different from ordinary people. Otherwise, if a disciplinary paladin were to participate in the hunt, no one else would have a chance. He knew that his sister was a Beyonder, but he also knew that a Sequence 7 of the Spectator pathway wouldn't have any substantial combat abilities. As they chased, they rushed out of the forest and saw a wheat field. "Where is this?" Audrey, who was dressed in hunting clothes, asked casually. It was her first time hunting in this forest, so she didn't know where it led to. Hibbert wasn't familiar with it either. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "Find someone to ask." While waiting, the three siblings laughed and discussed their harvest just now. Susie, the golden retriever, glanced at the foxhounds that wanted to get close to her, and they consciously distanced themselves. After a while Hibbert's attendant returned and reported, "My lord, there's a village called Hartlark nearby." Hartlark? That village with the tradition of dragon worship? I came here from another direction? Audrey was stunned for a moment. P.S. It's the last 3 days, please vote. Chapter 1377. After snapping out of her daze, Audrey maintained her faint smile as she turned vigilant. She vaguely felt that there was a mysterious force pushing her to come to Hartlark, a village with the tradition of dragon worship. It was as though fate had arranged it. Audrey had once entered the Hall of Truth and discovered that the murals inside had become a reality. Furthermore, she knew that the Spectator Pathways Sequence 1 was author. From this name, she made some connections and couldn't help but suspect that something was amiss. At this moment, Hibbert laughed. "I've heard of this village. I remember that the family has a manor nearby." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "It's almost evening. Why don't we stay here and continue hunting tomorrow?" Alfred didn't reject his brother's suggestion. To him, it didn't matter which manor he stayed in tonight. He nodded and said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." Audrey didn't say a word as her green eyes darted around and swept her gaze across her two brothers' faces. Hibbert immediately frowned. After a few seconds he said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." He said after a few seconds, "It's best we return. The manor here didn't receive any advance notice, so it definitely wasn't prepared. Let's go back. The manor here was not informed in advance, so it must be unprepared. Perhaps it can't serve so many horses, hounds, and servants. Besides, there's still more than an hour before evening. It's enough time to return." Seeing his brother change his mind so quickly, Alfred subconsciously wanted to disagree, but on second thought, he felt that what he said made sense. Considering that his sister was also here, he grunted and said, "Yes. Then let's return as soon as possible." With that said, he didn't wait for Hibbert. He clamped his legs together, brandished his horsewhip, and led the way back. Hibbert furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. Without another word, he led his sister and a group of attendants, servants, and hounds. They turned around and followed the edge of the forest, returning to the manor on the other side. Audrey quietly followed behind, not expressing her opinion on the development of the matter. Late at night, in a manor in East Chester County. After using her manipulator powers to change her two brothers' minds and prevent them from approaching Hartlark Village, Audrey lifted the velvet blanket, lay down, and fell asleep. In a daze, she suddenly sat up. She then looked around and saw the familiar dresser and bathroom entrance. She found that she was still in the room, but there was no red moon or stars outside the window. It was dark. This isn't the real world. Audrey instantly came to a conclusion and examined herself. Soon, she came to a conclusion. This was a dream, a rather strange dream. It was a dream that kept her awake on her own accord. It really came. Audrey didn't panic. She was just a little annoyed. Her handling in the afternoon was not meticulous enough, causing the problem to spread to the manor where her parents lived. She now believed that she should have followed Hibbert's idea and gone straight to the family manor near Hartlark village. Then, she would reasonably arrange for Hibbert and Alfred to return here, leaving her to stay behind and wait for any changes that might occur. This way, even if there were any accidents, it would not affect his parents, brother, and most of the servants. However, at that time, her main thought was that she couldn't follow the arrangements of fate. She wanted to avoid Hartlark village as much as possible. Who knew that sometimes, even if you didn't seek out danger, danger would come looking for you. Avoiding and delaying wasn't a solution to the problem. Audrey immediately got out of bed and stood barefoot on the thick carpet. She had already confirmed that with her demigod-level dreamwalker standard, she could directly escape this strange dream and return to the real world, once again avoiding the suspected invitation. After looking around, Audrey pursed her lips, took the blue cloak hanging on the coat rack, and draped it over her body. Then, she took a deep breath and walked towards the door. During this process, a crimson star-like tattoo appeared on the back of one of her hands. The tattoo then vanished as though it had never appeared. This was the mark left behind after she first entered the ancient palace above the grey fog. It hadn't shown any special effects for a long time. It was only at the beginning of this year that Mr. Fool told them that when they didn't have the time to pray, they could use the corresponding tattoo to replace the chanting of the honorific name. To put it simply, this was the treatment given to a blessed of God. Of course, there was no way to transmit any information. It could only be used in critical situations to make Mr. Fool cast his gaze over. And more importantly, the star-like crimson mark was rather eye-catching, making it easy for the people around her and those who were secretly paying attention to her. Therefore, in a situation where she needed to hide her uniqueness, Audrey was more inclined to use the various powers of a manipulator to implant the idea of praying to Mr. Fool into the mind of an inconspicuous human nearby, allowing him to complete the prayer and pray for blessings at the appropriate time and scene. At this moment, she believed that the owner of the dream knew that there was a problem with her, so she felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. All she needed to do was hide the existence she was praying to. After walking to the door, Audrey reached out to grab the handle, gently twisted it, and pulled it back. A slightly dark corridor immediately entered her eyes. The main building of the manor had more than 100 years of history, and many places still retained their past characteristics, especially the corridor. It didn't have gas wall lamps, and the walls were inlaid with candlesticks made of silver or copper. There were different numbers of candles placed on them, emitting a dim yellow light that illuminated the entire corridor, making it feel like it could be haunted at any moment. The dream has even replicated this. Audrey looked around and walked into the corridor. As this thought flashed through her mind, a long, thick, pale yellow carpet appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on the carpet, Audrey followed her spiritual intuition and walked to the right. After taking 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped. She felt that there seemed to be something hidden behind the tightly shut doors on both sides, something that made her have a strong desire to explore. This is Daddy and Mommy's bedroom. This is Hibbert's bedroom. This is Alfred's room. Audrey did a little identification and frowned slightly. The classical doors with relief carvings appeared especially mysterious under the dim yellow candlelight, making one want to know what was hidden behind them. As her thoughts raced, Audrey suddenly understood what they represented in the dream. This was the door to the mind. Behind each door was the mind world of their owner. In other words, after Audrey pushed open the door to Alfred's room, she would see the various secrets hidden deep in his heart. By the same logic, she could also pry into the true hearts of Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin. Slowly retracting her gaze, Audrey closed her eyes and continued walking forward, not allowing herself to be affected. After experiencing so many things, she increasingly understood a principle. A demigod in the domain of the mind had to know how to restrain themselves and respect others. Under the premise of being able to read the true thoughts of others from body language, facial expressions, and emotional fluctuations, if one wasn't satisfied and greedily explored the hearts of others, digging out their secrets, it might eventually backfire on oneself. This was a very simple principle. Everyone would have some dark, bad thoughts more or less, but they would be able to control them well and not let them affect their behavior. Under such circumstances, if a demigod in the field of mind still insisted on digging out these thoughts and uncovering the ugly parts under the mask, it would be very easy for him to be disappointed in human nature. He would be infected by all kinds of negative thoughts and gradually go crazy without knowing it. This was also one of the reasons why a spectator could easily become perverted or crazy even though they could comfort themselves and treat the corresponding psychological problems. They were both safe and dangerous. Therefore, the code of conduct that Audrey set for herself was to only observe and read the minds of acquaintances and try not to enter dreams. There were no restrictions on entering dreams for strangers, and unless necessary, she wouldn't enter everyone's mind world. Along the corridor, Audrey, who was wearing a blue cloak, came to the end. She then opened her eyes and cast her gaze at the room on the left. It was a half-open solarium. Pursing her lips again, Audrey breathed steadily and reached out to grab the handle of the door. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside was gradually exposed. This was no longer a room. On the ground were round stones and clumps of bluish-black weeds. It was dark in the depths, making it impossible to see clearly. Audrey slowly walked in, and the door closed behind her with a creak. In the darkness, the outline of some objects quickly outlined themselves. A huge stone pillar that was dozens of meters tall stood tall, and on top of it was a tall lizard-like monster. This monster squatted at the top of the stone pillar like a small mountain. Its body was covered in grayish-white scales, and its eyes were pale golden and vertical. This was a mind dragon from myths and legends. With a whoosh, the mind dragon spread its wings, almost covering the sky. Their skeletons were like metal and leaf veins, covered in a gray membrane with mysterious patterns. As Audrey looked up, the mind dragon let out a buzzing sound. "You've been to Liveseed before." It was undoubtedly speaking in dragon speak. City of Miracles, Liveseed. How did it know? Just as these two thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, she heard the mind dragon say, "The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious." The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious, and Liveseed is a very special existence. The imprint it formed in your mind is the same. When your virtual persona is swimming in the sea of collective subconscious and isn't far from me, I can naturally sense this. This has already exceeded the scope of my abilities, and it's not something a dreamweaver can do. This mind dragon corresponds to a sequence too clairvoyant? He actually didn't directly control me. As Audrey's thoughts flashed through her mind, the mind dragon spoke again. "I'm very sure that you don't have any ill intentions at the moment." Audrey fell silent for 2 seconds before looking up. "Aren't you worried that it's a trap? P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. Seeking monthly votes on the last 2 days of the month." Chapter 1378. At this moment, Audrey even suspected that fate's arrangement wasn't for her to head to Heartlark Village to investigate the traditions of dragon worship, but to make her sense that something was amiss. From there, she would feel conflicted and use her virtual persona powers in the area around Heartlark Village to secretly guide her two brothers to change their minds without them realizing it. This would then allow the mind dragon to discover the special consciousness related to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, and attract him. Even though Audrey was on the side that had been arranged, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It had to be said that in order to achieve such an effect, one had to have a deep understanding of people's hearts and grasp the different reactions of different people. It had to be at an extremely high level, a level that would make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After all, even a Sequence 4 manipulator like Audrey felt that the development of the matter was in line with her expectations. It had completely satisfied her hopes, so she wasn't wary at all. The mind dragon retracted its wings and looked down at the blue-cloaked Audrey. This is a dream labyrinth pieced together by many souls. Even if the one who set the trap came personally, it would take some time to find this room, and I won't stay for too long. Obviously, it was not that he did not guard against the trap. He just felt that some things were worth taking such a huge risk. Dream maze. This is one of the beyonder powers of a dreamweaver, or is it an ability that has undergone a qualitative change? Audrey collected her thoughts and asked calmly, "What do you want to know?" The huge scaled grayish-white dragon buzzed. "My name is Arihog, one of the 3 remaining ancient dragons." Did he mean that he was one of the 3 dragons that survived from the Second Era, and the few dragons now were just the descendants of the dragons from the era of the ancient gods? Audrey nodded slightly, not interrupting him. Behind her, in the wilderness filled with green and black weeds, a wooden door stood there without any support, appearing extremely strange. Arihog didn't waste any time either. After a brief introduction, he asked, "Where did you find Liveseed?" Audrey was already prepared and calmly replied, "In a book called Roselle's Travels. It is rumored that it was personally made by the great dragon King Anquelt." Roselle. Arihog had never heard of this name before. He repeated it and asked, "What kind of book is that?" Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders, gave a simple description. There is an almost real world in that book. At the same time, it can absorb people who meet the requirements or offer their blood into the book, allowing them to live in that world. Arihog was silent for 2 seconds. Does the world in the book have a sea of collective subconscious? Yes. Audrey gave an answer with great certainty. The City of Miracles Liveseed that I saw is deep in the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book. Arihog's breathing suddenly became heavier. What did you see at Liveseed? Audrey thought for a moment and said, "A city filled with giant pillars and majestic palaces. In addition, I also entered the residence of the great Dragon King. That place allows the inner voice of every living being to resound in the surroundings. I call it the Hall of Truth. At the end of the Hall of Truth, behind the throne of the great Dragon King, there's an ancient and mysterious bronze door. I don't know what's sealed inside. In short, it's very dangerous. I don't dare approach it." Audrey was speaking the complete truth, but she didn't mention Mr. World, Mr. Star, or her guesses. The ancient dragon, Arihog, fell completely silent. It was unknown if he had recalled something or if he was analyzing Liveseed's current situation. During this process, his head drooped down bit by bit, as though he was about to bring his body from the top of the 100-meter-tall pillar to the ground. Just as Audrey tensed up from this strange scene and was about to ask, Arihog suddenly raised his head. His pale golden vertical eyes turned colder as his voice echoed in the wilderness once again. Liveseed, amidst the thunderous rumbling, the things hidden in the darkness behind Arihog quickly became clear, and their silhouettes appeared in the gradually brightening scene. They were huge stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood alone or together, they propped up majestic but ancient palaces. These stone pillars and palaces were mainly grayish-white in color. They landed on an island-like foundation, identical to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, that Audrey had just described. No, this seemed to be the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It was only at this moment that Audrey realized that the ancient mind dragon, Arihog, was squatting at the top of the tallest and thickest stone pillar in Liveseed. At this moment, she vaguely felt that Arihog had undergone some subtle changes. As her green eyes darted around slightly, she suddenly heard the sound of a metal handle being twisted behind her. Audrey resisted the urge to turn her head and turned her body warily, casting her gaze sideways. The lonely wooden door that had lost all external support opened bit by bit, revealing the visitor's appearance. It was a huge, white rabbit with twitching ears, walking on its hind legs. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, a figure shrouded in grayish-white fog was sitting at the fool's seat at the end of the long, mottled table. He was silently watching the crimson star that represented justice. Bakeland, Westborough, 9 Bellato Street. Seeing that the 2-week deadline was approaching, Wendell gradually felt insomnia. He had to rely on medicine to help him sleep. After waking up, he was equally restless and extremely anxious. He had completely lost interest in food. It was only to maintain his stamina that he forced himself to eat the 3 meals sent by his colleagues. He didn't know what would happen after the deadline for the upper court arrived, nor did he know if there would be any irreversible changes to his body. This fear of the unknown often made him feel suffocated. It was especially torturous. Sometimes, Wendell would even think that resisting returning to Utopia might not be a wise choice. With his limited experience there, if he were to return to Utopia obediently and testify for Tracy in court, there was a high chance that he would be able to leave safely. At least up to now, Wendell hadn't heard of anyone dying or going crazy because of Utopia. Apart from being a little strange, the people there were rather friendly. "I'm only going to help. They should be grateful to me and not deal with me." The more Wendell thought about it, the more he felt that compared to suffering here, facing danger might make him feel more comfortable. Of course, he had no doubts about the protection capabilities of MI9 headquarters. If this didn't work, he felt that he could only consider meeting the Lord of Storms as soon as possible. Phew! Wendell exhaled and sat on a chair. He casually picked up a book, hoping to pass the time. However, his vexed mood made him unable to enter the plot of the story. He flipped the pages more and more frequently before finally closing the book. He then closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. In a daze, Wendell felt as though he had returned to Utopia and arrived in court. However, his role wasn't as a witness but as a spectator. He saw that Tracy had been found not guilty of excessive self-defense by the judge due to the lack of sufficient evidence. She was transferred to the criminal court, and he saw the lady crying in a daze. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Wendell woke up and silently looked at the gas wall lamp in front of him. He didn't move for a long time. If the problem is with Utopia and not the residents of Utopia, then my escape might have caused the death of a poor lady. Wendell retracted his gaze and wavered slightly, but he couldn't defeat the fear in his heart. He propped his hand on the table and stood up. He walked to the door, planning to walk around MI9 headquarters to ease his emotions. After leaving the room and taking a few steps along the corridor, Wendell suddenly heard a colleague in the office beside him discussing a case related to Utopia. "Did you hear? The person who recently entered Utopia was a carriage driver. When he sent a merchant from Utopia to the dock area, he only turned 2 streets before he realized that his surroundings had become unfamiliar. There's a need to remind all the carriage drivers in Bakeland. Yes, it's best to equate Utopia with spies to make it easier for them to understand. The way to enter and exit Utopia is really terrifying." "That's right. Sometimes I even suspect that the entrance to Utopia can appear anywhere. There must be a certain limit to this. It's not as omnipotent as we think. Otherwise, I would have just gone to the bathroom and found myself in Utopia. From the rules that we've concluded so far, this is theoretically possible." The blood vessels on Wendell's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He suddenly felt that even though he was at MI9 headquarters, it wasn't that safe. "Unless there's a demigod watching me, it's very difficult for me to avoid the fate of returning to Utopia. Perhaps, after I wash my hands and open the bathroom door, I'll find Utopia's Iris's hotel outside. No, an ordinary demigod might not be able to stop this. This doesn't seem like something a human can do. It's already extremely close to a deity." Wendell instantly panicked, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. He followed the fluke that suddenly occupied his mind and returned to his room. He took out the document from the Utopia court from the drawer. Right on the heels of that, Wendell entered the bathroom. As he held the document, he whispered in fear, "I'm willing to testify in court. I'm willing to testify in court." After repeating it a few times, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the bathroom door. At this moment, a pitch-black crow flew in through the window like a ghost and landed in a corner of the bathroom that no one was paying attention to. In the next second, Wendell twisted the handle, pulled it back, and opened the bathroom door. What appeared in front of him was no longer the familiar bedroom, but an unfamiliar hall. P.S. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday, requesting monthly votes on the last day and a half of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote, Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1379. I've really returned to Utopia. Upon seeing the scene outside, Wendell felt an inexplicable sense of relief and relaxation. He no longer had any doubts about his choice to testify in court. One had to know that he had been in the bathroom of MI9's headquarters. Even a fully armed army wouldn't be able to break in. After slowly exhaling, Wendell walked out of the bathroom and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Behind him, in a corner of the bathroom that no one paid attention to, the pitch-black crow was draped in a shadowy veil. It had lost its physical presence, and it was difficult to discover it even if one looked at it directly. Following that, its body became more and more transparent, quickly dissipating until it disappeared. At this moment, Wendell had already walked a few meters into the hall and saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform enter the entrance. It was the young officer, Biles, who had invited him to testify in court. "I knew you would definitely come because you're a kind person." Biles smiled as he welcomed Wendell. Upon hearing this praise, Wendell's heart finally returned to its original position. Then, he instinctively looked back and saw that the bathroom he had come out of had changed. It no longer looked familiar to him. In the dream maze formed by many minds, the gigantic white rabbit that walked upright forcefully squeezed through the open door and entered the wilderness with grayish-white pillars and magnificent palaces. Mr. Wrath. Although he wasn't wearing the persona mask, his unforgettable characteristics still helped Audrey recognize him at a glance. This was somewhat out of her expectations, but it didn't surprise her too much. From her point of view, to deal with an ancient mind dragon like Arihog, just Mr. Wrath alone wouldn't be enough, even if Mr. Fool had warned her to be wary of him. After all, the leader behind psychological alchemy, the former king of angels, had already become a sequence zero true god. According to the knowledge shared in the tarot, there shouldn't be another author in the real world. This way, no matter how powerful Mr. Wrath was, as long as he was still in the spectator pathway, he would at most be on the same level as Arihog. He would only be superior in terms of combat experience, psychological research, and self-cultivation. At this moment, as the giant white rabbit entered, Arihog, whose scales were huge and grayish-white, spread his wings that were covered with skin with a whoosh, instantly shrouding the surrounding area with a layer of shadow. The white rabbit stomped on the ground and suddenly became extremely huge, like a small hill. At the same time, right above him, the dark sky suddenly brightened and under his feet, the ground cracked open one after another, spewing out crimson magma. Then, a blurry and distorted figure appeared behind it. This figure was wearing a simple white robe. His face was hard to see, and his age could not be determined. He could only vaguely tell that he was a male. Behind his head hung a halo that emitted a brilliant glow, like a miniature sundae. Beneath his feet was an illusory clock that was divided into 12 segments. Each segment had a symbol that symbolized a different time. Behind him hung a shadow that resembled a curtain. In the shadow, there seemed to be an eye silently peeking out. Just as the figure's silhouette appeared, the entire dream maze shook violently. Gray fragments constantly fell from the void. Depravity and pure sunlight, two completely opposite feelings, quickly spread around the giant white rabbit, eroding or assimilating the area. However, the figure in the simple white robe was unable to truly take form. It was unable to walk out of history and illusion into reality. Every time his silhouette was about to become clear, his figure would distort, like a machine that had its signal disrupted. At this moment, Audrey instinctively retracted her gaze, not daring to look straight at the giant white rabbit. Perhaps it was because she was in a dream and was closely connected to the island of the mind and the sea of collective subconscious. She directly knew what Mr. Wrath was doing without anyone's explanation. The other party had seen through the hidden mental problems of the ancient dragon, Arihog, and knew what he was most afraid of. Then, he weaved a nightmare that contained a specific image. In a battle between high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway, if both parties were at the same level, it would be difficult for any means to have any real effect. One could infiltrate the island of the mind and carry out a deep hypnosis. The other could guard the door to the body of heart and mind, preventing any external consciousness from entering. The other could spread mental plague, using the sea of collective subconscious to unknowingly corrupt the enemy. The other could placate himself, treat mental illnesses, and maintain mental health. Therefore, battles between spectator saints of the same sequence would often have three fixed styles. First, they would set up a trap in advance and make all sorts of preparations. Then, they would stealthily lure the other party in and destroy their mental defenses, completing the hypnosis. Second, they would focus on defense and support, relying on powerful sealed artifacts to defeat the enemy. Third, when beyonder powers such as mental plague, mind deprivation, dragon's breath, and consciousness control were unable to do anything to each other, they would hypnotize themselves and dragonize, engaging in an intense melee battle with their claws and tails. In the third type of battle, whoever had a deeper understanding of the mind and whose willpower was stronger and firmer would be able to gain an advantage through a longer period of dragonization, allowing them to accumulate the advantage. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't find a chance to escape. And at the angel level, everyone was a true mythical creature. The length of dragonization was meaningless. At that moment, it mainly relied on insight. Whoever could better find the flaws in the opponent's mind would be able to weave a corresponding nightmare and directly attack the enemy's mental weaknesses. Step by step, they would destroy their mental defenses, achieving the effect of going mad or fright to death. As Audrey was in the same dream, even if the nightmare wasn't targeted at her, she would still be affected. She would be affected by the corresponding emotions, traits, and status, and even be corrupted. Just like now, she clearly knew that the nightmare that Mr. Wrath weaved represented the ancient sun god. This was the existence that Arihog feared the most. At the same time, the influence of the ancient sun god would uncontrollably corrupt the surroundings until it reached the entire dream. When that happened, when Audrey woke up, she would either become a mental patient without any healing instincts, or she would transform into an incomplete mythical creature. She would completely lose her mind and attack the living beings around her crazily. Of course, there was another possibility. She had unknowingly fallen. She had unknowingly become cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty, as if she had been replaced by another person. At that moment, Arihog, who was squatting at the top of the grayish-white pillar, let out a painful roar. As the dragon's roar echoed, the top of his head turned dark. An indescribable ocean that contained all colors and secrets appeared. In the ocean, a grayish-white dragon that was hundreds of meters long, or even larger, soared up. His vertical eyes were pale gold and bright red. On the dragon's forehead, there was a third eye that seemed to hide a thick shadow. Similarly, without anyone's explanation, Audrey immediately knew what the nightmare that Arihog had weaved represented with the help of the special state she was in. This was something that had left a deep shadow in the giant white rabbit's heart. This was Ankwelt that had been eroded by underground. This was a virtual persona that had been sealed behind the bronze door by the ancient god, a piece of mental corruption. At that moment, Audrey was in between two indescribably terrifying nightmares. Although she hadn't been eroded, her mental state had already fluctuated, as if she had been shocked. She immediately gave herself a placate, and without any hesitation, she relied on her lucidity to forcefully escape the dream maze. During this process, because she wasn't the target of Arihog and Mr. Wrath, she wasn't stopped. Furthermore, she had reached sequence 4 and possessed a certain level of godhood. Therefore, she quickly woke up from her dream. Audrey suddenly opened her eyes and saw the crystal chandelier that was dyed a faint crimson. She saw the deep night that filled the room. Without any delay, she got out of bed, ran to the window, and looked outside. The entire manor was silent, as if it was in deep sleep. There was nothing unusual. Audrey frowned and immediately split out a virtual persona, allowing it to enter the mind island of a patroller. She remembered very clearly that the dream maze was pieced together by many minds. Once the corruption of the two nightmares spread, the outcome would be unimaginable. Therefore, she had to wake everyone in the manor before that happened. In the next second, the patrolling guard suddenly raised his hand, removed the grenade hanging from his belt, pulled out the fuse, and threw it into the uninhabited garden. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread out violently, alarming the sleeping people. Right on the heels of that, the guard shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Earl Hall and his wife were already in their 50s, so they were light sleepers to begin with. At that moment they were jolted awake. No matter how good Hibbert's sleep quality was, he woke up in a daze from the explosion. Alfred had automatically opened his eyes when the grenade was thrown. The other butlers, maids, servants, bodyguards, and guards woke up one after another. Their expressions were blank and alarmed, unsure of what had happened. And at the spot furthest from the manor's main building, a few servants heard the commotion and failed to wake up in time. In just a few seconds, they struggled in pain on the bed, like snakes shedding their skin. They shed all their outer skin, turning into hideous bloody figures. And they didn't wake up until they died. At that moment, Audrey saw a grayish-white dragon spread its wings in the sea of collective subconscious and rapidly fly away. A giant white rabbit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's voice echoed in the illusory sea. Adam might not be Adam, just like I might not be Arihog. The giant white rabbit's figure suddenly slowed down and gradually stopped. All the abnormalities were cut off, and the entire area returned to normal. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Adam didn't take action? The fool Klein frowned slightly and focused his attention back on Utopia, replacing the instinctive monitoring of the worms of spirit. He carefully examined his marionette town and didn't find anything abnormal. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of March. Chapter 1380. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the marionette town, Klein began to think about Miss Justice's encounter. The operation against the Mind Dragon, Arihog, wasn't arranged by Adam, but by Hermes? Otherwise, it's impossible for Adam not to descend, and it's impossible for Arihog to escape so easily. He had to use the second city of miracles to have some hope. If it was led by Hermes, the development of the entire matter is rather logical. Hermes had no intention of capturing or killing Arihog. He only hoped to obtain some information from this ancient mind dragon. When Arihog said that Adam isn't necessarily Adam, the operation naturally came to an end. Yes, from the looks of it, Hermes had long suspected Adam's true state. However, due to the restrictions of his identity, he was unable to make Arihog appear on his own accord, so he used Miss Justice. Adam isn't necessarily Adam, and Arihog isn't necessarily Arihog. This sentence is really interesting. The upper echelons of the spectator pathway are even more mysterious than Seers. Back then, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt clearly occupied the position of Sequence 0, but he had a Sequence 1 son of the same pathway, Dragon of Nightmare Alzahad. If Adam really isn't Adam, Then who is he? Is he the Adam from the myths and legends before the first epoch, or is he a part of the primordial one? Or is he related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? From the looks of it, Medici calling him a paranoid really has a deep meaning. Klein quickly conjured a gold coin and flicked it into the air to make a divination. The results of the divination showed that there was no harm in today's matter. Klein immediately dispersed the gold coin and prepared to descend his consciousness and return to his body that was sleeping in St. Ariana Cathedral. At this moment, his movements became a little sluggish. Miss Justice's encounter with Arihog and Hermes and the MI9 personnels returned to Utopia to testify in court happened almost at the same time. Individually, there wasn't any problem with either side, but the word "at the same time" made Klein somewhat wary. He was very sensitive to coincidences, at the same time and almost. This was the mark left in his mind by his past experiences. Tapping the edge of the long, mottled table, Klein decided to make some preparations for his worries. He quickly condensed a ray of light that contained some words and will, and threw it into a prayer light. After doing this, Klein sank his consciousness and left Sapphira Castle, allowing his mind to return to his main body. Right on the heels of that, he began to influence Utopia, planning to make all the foreigners in the city temporarily leave through various arrangements. In this way, even if an accident really happened, it wouldn't affect the innocent. This also meant that Klein was prepared to abandon Utopia and change locations to rebuild his marionette town. After all, the ritual could be repeated many times, and people could only be revived once after death. Rest well for the next 2 days. There's still some time before the trial. Biles sent Wendell to the entrance of the Irises Hotel. Wendell replied with a smile, "That's right. I'm already feeling sleepy." At that moment it was midnight. Previously, because he was too anxious and nervous, he couldn't sleep. That was why he wanted to wander around MI9 headquarters to ease his mood. However, when he heard the conversation of his colleagues on duty, his emotions completely ignited. He decided to return to Utopia and face the problem head-on. After checking in, Wendell, who didn't take his luggage, briskly walked to the 3rd floor and entered his room. When he passed through the door, he vaguely felt that his surroundings were abnormally dark. In order to sleep better, Wendell walked to the window and pulled the curtains. During this process, he inexplicably felt that the scenery outside the window was abnormally familiar. However, under the shroud of the night, he couldn't tell it clearly. Thinking that it might be a scene he had seen in Utopia before, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned. As he took off his clothes, he walked to his bed. Monica slept until midnight and suddenly had the urge to pee. After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't hold it in any longer. In the end, she got out of bed and walked to the bathroom that came with the room. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she felt that it had become a little heavier. Rubbing her eyes that she couldn't open, Monica didn't mind this tiny change. She quickly cleaned up her personal hygiene problem, ran out of the bathroom, and rushed back to her bed. When she crawled into bed, she felt that the temperature inside had dropped significantly. All she could do was wrap herself tightly in layers. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep again. About 15 minutes later, Biles, who was patrolling the streets, rubbed his hands and turned to the street where the police station was, preparing to hand over his work to his colleague. Suddenly, his body froze at the alley's entrance. The black and dense spirit body threads on his body fell off at the same time and floated upward. An exquisitely cut paper figurine landed and connected with the spirit body threads, quickly turning into another Biles. At the same time, a huge amount of knowledge turned into a torrent of information, surging over and reassembling into a man in luxurious clothes with long maroon hair. This man had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lip. He was none other than Roselle Gustav's Sequence 1 historical projection. Right on the heels of that, the projection grabbed and gathered all the surrounding information into his palm, condensing into an illusory ball of light. This information included the details of what had happened to Biles. In the next second, Roselle Gustav's historical projection forged a piece of information that was completely normal, allowing it to travel along the spirit-body threads connected to the paper figurine to St. Ariana Cathedral in the municipal square and into the cathedral's basement. After this series of actions, another torrent of information surged over in midair. With Roselle's help, it reformed into 3 figures. One was an old man wearing a black robe and a hood, with a long and dense white beard on his face. The other was a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes, a rather square face, and a dignified aura. The third was a huge tree that seemed to have been doused with oil. Above the tree, there were arms that protruded with all sorts of strange things. Rolling on them were black and white eyeballs that were covered in blood vessels. They were leader of the secret order Zeratul, protector of Rouen, the first king, William Augustus I's historical void projection, the historical projection of abomination Sua. After making the corresponding preparations, Zeratul used the location provided by the historical projection to sneak into Utopia. Without any delay, he reached out his right hand and used the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to suck the worm of spirit out of Biles's body. On the other side, on one of the palm-sized hands of abomination Sua's historical projection, there was a rather ugly doll the size of a palm. This doll was wet and sticky. It didn't have eyes, ears, or a nose. It only had a hole-like mouth that spewed out grayish-white fog. As the worm of spirit and the doll approached, the black and white eyeballs rolling on Sua's tree trunk looked at them at the same time. Silently, the worm of spirit fused with the ugly doll. The doll twisted and squirmed as it grew eyes, nose, and ears, becoming like Klein Moretti. At this point, Zeratul no longer concealed himself, nor could he conceal himself. He took out a black shroud and suddenly wrapped Klein's doll. In the entire Utopia, all the marionette's spirit-body threads were severed at the same time, unable to connect to their main bodies. This wasn't a problem with them, but that their main bodies had been isolated from them. In an instant, the people on duty in the police station, the guests in the hotel, Tracy and the thieves in the cell, and the citizens in the different rooms, including Anderson and Alsou, stopped breathing and turned stiff. Regardless of whether they were sleeping or doing something else, it was as though the pause button had been pressed at that moment. At the bottom of St. Ariana Cathedral, Klein woke up and knew that an accident had indeed happened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and used the level and strength of a king of angels to resist the enemies that had surfaced and those that had yet to surface. This was the best choice in the current situation. Even if he couldn't protect his main body, Klein still had a chance to revive. At this moment, his floating consciousness encountered an invisible and dark barrier. It was difficult for him to penetrate it and enter Sapphira Castle. Klein tensed up, believing that the enemy might be more troublesome than he imagined. Not many high-level existences knew that he could return to Sapphira Castle without using a ritual. In the next second, the huge tree that seemed to be covered in sticky oil had arrived above St. Ariana Cathedral. At the same time, a deep and dignified voice echoed in the air. "Wandering is prohibited here. Teleportation is prohibited here." Klein wasn't controlled by his emotions. Seeing that he couldn't return to Sapphira Castle for the time being, he immediately changed his strategy and leaped into the fog of history. As soon as the grayish-white fog entered his eyes, it turned into a vortex formed by countless transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles covered in strange patterns. Unlike the previous time, the vortex emitted a powerful suction force, causing Klein's figure to accelerate as he was entangled by countless tentacles. Law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between angels. A subtle light flashed as Klein, who had been firmly controlled by Zeradal's mythical creature form, turned into a paper figurine. This was both an angel-level application of paper figurine substitutes, and it also had the help of grafting. Although Klein was unable to return to Sapphira Castle, he could influence the worms of spirit above the gray fog, allowing them to summon the curtain and provide his help. After dodging Zeradal's fatal strike, Klein ran into the fog of history, fleeing towards the city of old before the first epoch. At this moment, many marionettes in Utopia that had been dead for a long time had lost the support of their spirit-body thread. Their flesh and blood rapidly rotted, or their limbs fell off, or they were affected by their beyonder characteristic. All sorts of mutations occurred, transforming into different forms and terrifying monsters that exceeded imagination. They swallowed their own heads. Some were left with wriggling flesh and blood, while others grew densely packed eyes. Soon, Klein ran into the city of old in the fog of history. To him, this was a safe house that he could trust. This was because only a scholar of yore and a prehistoric human had the right to enter. Klein didn't hesitate. After habitually looking around, he began praying to the Evernight goddess on the layers of city ruins. Puff! With a soft sound, an ancient wooden cross with traces of blood pierced through Klein's heart from behind. A figure appeared behind him. It was a cold-looking man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. German Sparrow. Klein's pupils dilated as the crazy adventurer said in a deep voice, "That's right. Adam gave me humanity. P.S. First update, then change, the last half of the day for monthly votes. PS2. There will be an early update at midnight, but it should be an update first. Yes, after all, it is the curly-haired baboon's birthday. There has to be a sense of ceremony." Chapter 1381. Klein turned around and looked at the figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He had imagined all sorts of situations where Utopia would be attacked, but he never expected such a scene. If Amon had parasitized German Sparrow as a marionette, with Klein's present level and the worms of spirit monitoring him all day long in Sapphira Castle, he would definitely have discovered the problem immediately. And if Zeradal were to transfer the spirit-body threads, he would only be able to hide it from him for a short period of time. Furthermore, he needed the help of an angel like the Knowledge Emperor or a servant of concealment. It was impossible to achieve the effect of such a sudden attack. Only the human attributes given by a spectator would slowly ferment without any abnormalities on the surface. To prevent such a situation, he could only periodically sever the spirit-body threads, allowing the marionette to enter a dead state. That way, regardless of whether it had any humanity to begin with, it would eventually cease to exist. Unfortunately, Klein had never heard of such a method before. He was only guarding against the invasion of virtual personas on his marionette. This was perhaps the power of a visionary. He could give every fictitious and insubstantial life a unique humanity. When the stiff and cold face entered Klein's eyes, he felt a force push him. He immediately fell backwards, falling from the layers of ruins of the old city and out of the fog of history. During this process, he wanted to control himself, but he was helpless. This was because the wooden stake that was nailed to his heart had sealed all his beyonder powers. With a thought, Klein looked at German Sparrow and snapped his fingers. But the worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle received his will and abandoned the marionette's spirit-body threads. They picked up the Staff of the Stars and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Klein, killing himself. Once his true body died, Klein would be able to revive above the gray fog and escape his predicament. After knowing that Adam was the mastermind, he no longer held any hopes of getting lucky. At this moment, a stone square floating in the void appeared beneath Klein's feet. Pitch-black stone pillars stood up, propping up a magnificent and holy cathedral that enveloped Klein. The Corpse Cathedral, Adam's Corpse Cathedral, the divine kingdom of a visionary. Rumble! Countless silver bolts of lightning descended from Sapphira Castle, piercing through the fog of history and striking the cathedral, but they failed to shake it at all. At the same time, in the ancient palace, the figure sitting at the fool's seat suddenly collapsed to the side, collapsing into a vortex formed from transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery and strange tentacles that slapped the surroundings crazily, overturning the junk pile and destroying the long mottled table. Klein's avatars had their connection severed, and since his main body wasn't truly dead, they had lost control and gone crazy, just like Zeradal. Of Klein's expression. In the old city before the first epoch, Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, looked up at Sapphira Castle with a rather complicated expression. In essence, he was a corpse. After the spirit-body threads were abandoned, he naturally couldn't maintain his existence. Atom of the god. He was a of. German Sparrow slowly collapsed as he cast his gaze at the rooms in the old city. He had died in the ruins. Klein landed on the ground and stood in the middle of the cathedral. He saw that every pillar, arch, and dome was embedded with skulls of different races. Most of them were pale white, and they were densely packed together, staring at outsiders with empty eyes. On the walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral, transparent, distorted, and pained faces appeared, completely separating the interior from the outside world. And at the very front of the cathedral stood a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, there were rows of black seats with backrests. Dressed in a simple white robe, with a pale golden beard and a silver cross pendant hanging from his neck, Adam stood under the cross and faced the rows of seats like a priest who was about to preach to his believers. His expression was warm and his eyes were clear, as though he was inviting Klein to listen to the scriptures. Klein looked down at the wooden stake that was stuck in his chest. He slowly walked to the first row of seats and sat in the middle without a care in the world. To a true mythical creature formed from many worms of spirit, a chest injury wasn't fatal. The main purpose of the ancient blood-stained cross-shaped stake was to seal Beyonder powers. If not for a true god standing in front of him, Klein could have used his physical strength to pull out the cross-shaped stake and remove the seal. At that moment, he didn't make the attempt because he was afraid that not daring would turn into not wanting to not doing. I never expected you to directly interfere in this matter. If you wanted to deal with me, you didn't need to wait until today. Klein looked at his blood-stained shirt and seriously voiced his puzzlement. He wasn't afraid at all, as though he was certain that Adam wouldn't kill him. Adam held the silver cross pendant with one hand and calmly said, "Before this, you were able to play a significant role in many areas." You took 2 steps forward and continued with a clear gaze. He took 2 steps forward and continued with clear eyes. When Amon came to steal the corpse cathedral, I made a deal with him. He helped me obtain the first blasphemy slate, and I helped him capture you. Is that so? Klein suddenly understood. On the one hand, Adam didn't wish to be obstructed by the true creator and other existences when he became a god, and on the other hand, he wanted to obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, he used the unshadowed crucifix and other methods to push Klein to head to the giant king's court and open the door to Sasra's slumber, attracting the attention of the true creator and other existences. At the same time, he stole the first blasphemy slate at the critical moment through his brother, Amon. And to capture Klein, who was about to gain initial control of Sapphira Castle, it was definitely best for the visionary to arrange it. Although Amon and Adam are usually estranged, it's easier for brothers to work together than others. Klein nodded slightly and turned his head to look at the stained glass that protruded a distorted face. I also didn't expect Zeradal to cooperate with you. Isn't he afraid of becoming food for Amon? When Klein created Utopia, he had expected Amon to attack and Zeradal to destroy it, but he never expected him to cooperate in a certain sense. From his point of view, the chances of Zeradal completely relying on the mother tree of desire was higher than this, unless Adam had unknowingly arranged for him. Adam's clear eyes were filled with pity. To him, you becoming a great old one means that he will definitely perish. But if Aman becomes a great old one, he only needs to show his loyalty and his status and level can still be maintained. The Lord of the Mysteries will always need an attendant of the mysteries. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with me. During this process, if he can seize the opportunity to turn you into a marionette before me and use you to enter Sapphira Castle and become the owner of that Sapphira, he will have the right to request a chance to face Antigonus from Evernight and have a final competition with Aman. Otherwise, he will completely admit defeat and be loyal to Aman. On this point, he is very decisive. It's not your style to explain so much. Klein replied casually before asking with a frown, becoming a great old one doesn't require all the sequence one beyonder characteristics of the corresponding pathway. He had deduced this from the relationship between the ancient god of the sun and the 8 archangel kings. However, he believed that he had to become a great old one or a quasi-blade old one first before dividing the characteristic. Adam replied with a gentle expression, 4 neighboring pathways, all he needs is a uniqueness and a sequence one beyonder characteristic. Forcefully occupying more will easily result in losing control. Therefore, after Zeradal pledges allegiance to Aman, he has a chance of becoming a king of angels. As for he has no way of pledging allegiance to you because he can't split a sequence 2 avatar like the Marauder pathway. He can use him to steal the main body's spirit body, consciousness and psyche, turning him into the main body. A seer's marionette avatar and a marauder's worm of time avatar were fundamentally different in this aspect. The former involved spirit body threads, while the latter only relied on themselves. Furthermore, the reason why a marauder angel could do this was because their sequence 2 was the Trojan horse of destiny. Just as Klein nodded, he suddenly saw Adam turn his body, revealing something beneath the cross. It was a gray stone slab with mottled marks on its surface, making it look rather ancient. It was very similar to the first blasphemy slate, but it didn't have the abnormally ancient feeling. On it were words that seemed to be the source of all languages. Written on it were sequence names and potion formulas. The second blasphemy slate? Klein asked in surprise. His gaze quickly swept across the stone slab, and he didn't decipher the words in front. Instead, he looked at the last few lines. His intuition told him that there was very important information there. There's no rush. Aman will wait until he completes the ritual and becomes sequence 0 before stealing your fate. Otherwise, he won't be able to withstand the identity of the owner of Sapphira Castle. And before that, letting you continue staying in my divine kingdom is the best choice. Adam seemed to be consoling a repentant believer. Kill me, Klein mumbled inwardly. At this moment, he had already deciphered the last few lines. God, Creator, Omniscient and Omnipotent, Lord of the Astral World. Chaos C plus Visionary Uniqueness plus Sun Uniqueness plus Tyrant Uniqueness plus White Tower Uniqueness plus The Hanging Man Uniqueness plus 1 Author Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 White Angel Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Thunder God Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Omniscient I Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Dark Angel Beyonder Characteristic Lord of the Mysteries, King of Spacetime. Beacon of Destiny, Sapphira Castle Embodiment, Ruler of the Spirit World. Sapphira Castle plus the Fool Uniqueness plus Error Uniqueness plus Door Uniqueness plus 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Worm of Time Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Key of Stars Beyonder Characteristic. Upon seeing this, Klein turned to look at Visionary Adam and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you showing me this? Wouldn't it be safer to directly hypnotize me and let me sleep until Aman becomes a god?" Adam's eyes were clear as he said with a gentle expression, "Why are you showing me this?" Adam's eyes were clear as he said with a gentle expression, "To be honest, if the other side isn't Aman, I'd be more willing to help you become the ruler of the spirit world. We have too many similarities." In a sense, we're old friends who have met once. At this point, he smiled and said, "We meet again, Mysteries. PS1, update first. By the way, I have something to do tomorrow morning, so the second update is still at 7 in the evening. PS2. Happy birthday to all curly-haired baboons. PS3. First day of April, seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1382. Today's first update has been sent, wishing the curly-haired baboons a happy birthday. I have to say, I was really surprised when you guys dragged the curly-haired baboons out of their birthday celebration. Then, I set the 1st of April, which was also the day Mysteries opened. 2 years had passed unknowingly, and the curly-haired baboons were getting better and better. Of course, I would call you guys that when I teased you. In serious situations, I still preferred to call you guys book buddies and readers. This way, we were all on the same level. Initially, I had planned to write Mysteries for 1.5 to 2 years. But when I started writing, I knew that 1.5 years was definitely not enough. There were too many details and stories that could be told. If I was too hasty, I would lose the charm and feeling that I wanted. This was the book that I had the longest writing cycle. But because I always kept at least one draft, and I had 1 day off every week, it was not as tiring and impatient as writing martial arts and the later stages of my first life. Yes, when I wrote Arcana and Luck Destruction, I was still young and energetic, so I did not feel much. But when I wrote Arcana and Luck Destruction, I felt very tired. After all, I had already finished the book and wanted to rest. I did not want to write at all. Here, I solemnly thank everyone for their support and companionship. Your reading gave me money, your laughter, your comments, your communication, and your various attempts gave me spiritual happiness and satisfaction. So, I really want to congratulate the curly-haired baboons on their 2nd birthday. Back to the writing in March, because I slowed down the pace and wrote some details and some side stories, it felt better. As expected, writing needed to be relaxed. Constantly rushing for progress and keeping the pace tight might not be a good thing. Of course, writing details and side stories was also a very painful thing. After all, it was already more than 4 million words. Many things that should be written had already been written. If I repeated it again, it would lose its interest and readability. This forced me to constantly use my brain to find new entry points or new writing techniques, striving to give you guys a different reading experience. To me, this was also a stage of experimentation and harvest, because I really experienced a new view of the world. Some new structures and new stories could directly lead to new segments and extend new narrative technique. This was a very good thing. Routines were unavoidable, but we had to work hard to create new routines and use better narrative techniques to better express what we wanted to express. Regarding this, I will elaborate more on it after I finish writing Mysteries, so I will not go into it here. From the feedback of the subscription chasers, the effect was not bad. Just 1 or 2 of the chasers increasing the number of subscriptions was not enough to explain the problem, as there might be a gimmick to watch. However, the fact that the subscription chasers maintained a high standard proved that the content in March was still very popular. Most of the time, the subscription chasers fluctuated between 59,000 and 2,000, and many times they even stabilized above 60,000. On average, it was much higher than the 6th novel. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't any problems. Because of racking one's brain to think about the plot and the angle of the narrative, many times the writing was done in a hurry. There wasn't enough elaboration, and some of the excessive writing didn't manage to hold up the tension of the plot. Yes, it was April. A new month, a new beginning for the 2nd anniversary, curly-haired baboon's birthday. Please guarantee the monthly tickets. Oh right, I have something on tomorrow morning. The 2nd update will still be at 7 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1383. Mysterious. The last time Klein heard this term was from the consciousness of the true creator that descended. The last time he heard it was from the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. In a sense, the two of them could be equated. The true creator was equivalent to the ancient evil spirit of the sun god after Sasra's personality was taken back. However, unlike before, when Klein heard this form of address, he did not lose his head in shock. His heart trembled, and the roots of his teeth tingled. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen a stone that had been hanging for a long time finally fall to the ground. Of course, he was not that calm. A certain degree of surprise, bewilderment, and disbelief was inevitable. It was only because the ancient dragon of mind, Arihog, had said that Adam might not be Adam, that he had guessed many possibilities and prepared himself accordingly. We meet again, mysteries. Adam is equal to the ancient god of the sun? Or was it the resurrection of the ancient sun god? He knew this, but he still wanted to resurrect his father, so he was called paranoid by Medici? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he gained a new understanding of a certain matter. No wonder Adam never preached his own doctrine and only spread the legacy of the ancient sun god. Klein originally believed that it was because visionaries were special enough that they could use their uniqueness to create a bunch of seemingly real believers as anchors. There was no need for them to gather additional faith, but from the looks of it, this might only be one of the reasons. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked into Adam's eyes that didn't seem to have any impurities. "You are the ancient god of the sun?" Adam maintained the genial clergyman's smile, and said in an enlightening tone, "Don't you think that among the 8 kings of angels I'm the most special one?" After reading the contents of the second blasphemy slate regarding the great old ones, you should be able to clearly understand this point. Indeed. Klein nodded, indicating that he could see it. Among the 5 kings of angels related to omniscience and omnipotence, you are the only one with the uniqueness. According to Klein's current knowledge of mysticism, when the City of Silver's creator was still alive, the states of the 8 kings of angels were like this. Dark Angel Sasra had digested 2 sequence 1 beyonders of the Hanging Man pathway, and he had grasped the first blasphemy slate. He could partially use the power of Chaos C, so he was heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the king of angels. White Angel Oscus contained 2 sequence 1s of the Sun pathway. Wind Angel Leodoro, Angel of Wisdom Heraburgen, and Angel of Fate Ouroboros also had 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of their pathway. Angel of Time Amon and Red Angel Medici were the uniqueness of their own pathway and a corresponding sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. Angel of Imagination Adam was a spectator pathway uniqueness and 1 or 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. This didn't seem problematic at first, but on careful thought it was a little strange. Angel of Time Amon and Red Angel Medici didn't belong to the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence. It wasn't a problem for the ancient sun god to give them the uniqueness through different means, but Adam was different. Visionary belonged to one of the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence. The corresponding uniqueness was one of the cornerstones for the ancient sun god to become a great old one. In other words, this was equivalent to one of the 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that formed a sequence 0. How could it be easily separated? After all, as the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God, Sasra hadn't obtained the uniqueness of the Hanging Man pathway, much less Wind Angel Leodoro, Angel of Wisdom Heraburgen, and White Angel Oscus. In the beginning, he believed that the ancient sun god had sensed the awakening of the primordial one, so he had deliberately used the method of giving birth to separate one of the 5 uniquenesses. He had taken the initiative to lower his level to resist the corruption and corruption. This was likely the thoughts of the other deities and kings of angels back then. When he heard Arihog say that Adam isn't necessarily Adam, Klein felt that there might be a deeper secret hidden in this matter. He had some guesses. After seeing the last few lines of the second blasphemy slate, he found it even stranger. This was because the uniqueness was one of the cornerstones that formed the great old ones. If the Sapphira was the foundation, Then the corresponding uniquenesses were different load-bearing pillars. Losing any one of them would result in a huge problem. If the ancient sun god wanted to lower his level, the better choice was to separate out the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. This was relatively safer. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard, walked to Klein's side. He turned around and looked at the blasphemy slate. A normal sequence 0 is made up of a uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. Without any one of them, one can't be called a true god. They can only be considered a king of angels. And after a visionary becomes a sequence 0, he can separate 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and replace them with the corresponding characteristics he envisioned. The things that are envisioned are sufficiently real. Under the framework of a uniqueness and a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, it can be perfectly used, allowing the visionary's level to not drop, nor does his strength decrease. The 2 real sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that are separated can be combined with one's identity or a living being that is envisioned, allowing them to become an author. They can move freely and, when necessary, through certain methods or mediums, they can transform into their true bodies. And for an omniscient and omnipotent, they can create a uniqueness that lies between reality and illusion to maintain their state, as long as it doesn't exceed the necessary limits. This is the relationship between the dragon of imagination Ankwelt and his child, the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad? I once thought that the seer and marauder pathways were the strangest, but from the looks of it, they can't compare to the spectator. Sigh, be careful of the spectator. Klein had completely resolved a major question in his mind. He also understood why the dragon of imagination Ankwelt had arranged for the quill 0-08 to meet Roselle's travels. Once they met 0-08, the quill that originated from the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad, would awaken and become the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, whose level had been lowered. Then, this resurrected ancient god would use the negative personality sealed behind the bronze door to indirectly mobilize the power of Chaos C, instantly reaching the level of the strongest king of angels below the true god. With such a foundation, he would have a chance to compete with Adam for the position of visionary and completely revive. In comparison, the Black Emperor's revival is simpler, neat, and straightforward. Klein nodded slightly. The relationship between the dragon of imagination and the dragon of nightmare? Adam sat down beside Klein. Yes. However, the dragon of imagination itself has been corrupted, and it has the characteristics of other pathways. Its condition isn't too good, so it can only separate an author, otherwise it will directly lose control. Klein ignored Adam, and also looked at the second blasphemy slate in front of him. What's the difference between this and a marauder's avatar? If a mon can become an error, he can also create at least 2 sequence 1 avatars. Adam leaned forward slightly and simply explained, the avatar and the main body are still one entity. The doppelganger and the main body are still one entity, just located in different places. Does this mean that the sequence 1 that envisioned is completely separated from the main body and can be treated as another person? Only through certain methods or with the help of certain mediums can it be awakened. Klein asked thoughtfully, did you awaken when you became a visionary? No. Adam looked ahead and replied with a gentle expression, when I perished and truth was born. Klein asked in surprise, why? Is there no one who suspects it? If the gods knew that the ancient god of the sun had been resurrected, in Adam's body, the history of the fourth epoch would probably be the siege of the Solomon Empire, the Twilight Hermit Order, and the Ammon family. Apart from Veritas knowing for sure, only Nightfall would suspect it to a certain extent. I disguised myself as a paranoid maniac, a maniac who wished for my father to awaken in my body. This isn't difficult for a king of angels of the visionary pathway. then Medici. Klein suddenly felt a little sympathetic. Red Angel. Thinking of this, he looked down at the blood-stained wooden stake in his chest and felt that he deserved more sympathy. Adam said calmly, "This is a necessary sacrifice. Why do you think he survived for so many years after becoming an evil spirit without being discovered?" Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, "What's the matter?" He then asked, "Do you plan on making me wait just like that? You can also choose to leave this corpse cathedral, but Zeradal is waiting for you at the door. In your present state, you can only become his marionette," Adam said without much emotion. Klein fell silent as he began reading the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. In the fog sea, the dawn silently sailed through the undulating blue waves. Bernadette suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She furrowed her brows and picked up an item that was placed at the side. The item was completely golden in color, and its surface was engraved with indescribable mysterious symbols. It looked like a miniature kettle. This was sealed artifact 0-05, Magic Wishing Lamp. Bernadette held the magic lamp, lowered her head slightly, and chanted an honorific name. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. PS2. It's the 2nd anniversary. Yuewon has released some mysterious peripherals. Everyone can go to Taobao Exchange Kitty Genuine Peripherals to take a look. Yes, weigh your interest and wallet. Don't be rash. Think carefully before buying. After all, you are all believers of the god of poverty." Chapter 1384. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, beside the fool's seat. A prayer point of light expanded, sending out halos one after another. It was as though in a closed room, the curtains had suddenly been pulled open, allowing sunlight to shine in and pierce into the eyes of a sleeper. The maggot vortex, which had already calmed down, went crazy again as it waved its slippery and strange tentacles. Klein's gaze swept across the parts related to the Lord of the Mysteries and read the subsequent contents. Eternal darkness, singularity of all, space-time unitary. River of eternal darkness plus darkness uniqueness, death, eternal sleeper, uniqueness, twilight giant uniqueness plus 1 night of misfortune beyonder characteristic, 1 pale emperor beyonder characteristic, 1 hand of God beyonder characteristic. God of origins, mother of all, brood mother of filth. Brood mother plus mother uniqueness, moon uniqueness plus 1 naturalist beyonder characteristic, 1 beauty goddess beyonder characteristic. Disorder, shadow of order. Nation of disorder plus black emperor uniqueness, judge uniqueness plus 1 prince of disorder beyonder characteristic, 1 hand of order beyonder characteristic. Calamity of destruction, root calamity. City of calamity plus demonis, chaos demonis, primordial demonis, uniqueness, red priest uniqueness plus 1 apocalypse beyonder characteristic, 1 conqueror beyonder characteristic. Father of devils, lord of anomalies, source of curses, world of shadows plus abyss uniqueness, bound uniqueness plus 1 king of filth beyonder characteristic, 1 abomination beyonder characteristic. Demon of knowledge, mystery of madness. Knowledge more plus the hermit uniqueness, perfectionist uniqueness plus 1 knowledge emperor beyonder characteristic, 1 enlightener beyonder characteristic. Key of light, endless chaos, incarnation of fate. Key of light, wheel of fortune's uniqueness, and 1 non-characteristic of giant serpent. These are the great old 1 titles corresponding to all 9 Sphirot. After reading it, Klein sighed inwardly. If he and Roselle the Great had understood this aspect of mysticism earlier, neither of them would have fallen into their current predicament. At certain times, even if one doesn't use beyonder powers, knowledge is completely equivalent to power. The combined titles of the Earth and Moon pathways are somewhat different from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. From the looks of it, it's indeed only a part of her. In other words, the remaining titles and authorities of the outer deity on the Moon are mother goddess of depravity, beginning of evil, immortal. By the same logic, the mother tree's full name should be Mother Tree of Desire, God of soulless, eternal roar. I'm not too sure about the Son of Chaos. He seems to have disappeared. No one can understand him, in depth. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He immediately asked, "It seems that the omniscient and omnipotent one is the strongest. The Lord of the Mysteries and the Space-Time Harmonizer are ranked second, and the rest are at the third level." This was based on the number of Beyonder pathways required, and it didn't include the outer deities. Adam looked at the blasphemy slate and said calmly and soothingly, "That's not the case. The number of authorities has a certain relationship with one's status and level, but it's not everything. The corresponding characteristics, might, and symbolism are equally important." After the original creator split apart, there were 3 pillars at the top of all the great old ones. One was God, the omniscient and omnipotent one, the Lord of the Mysteries, the King of Space-Time, and the last was the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the beginning of evil. Upon hearing Adam's last sentence, Klein couldn't help but look down at his left sleeve. A Rhodes was hidden inside. It's no wonder a Rhodes said that he saw a pillar and dominance from me. He was immediately enlightened as he believed visionary Adam's words a little more. At this moment, Adam added unhurriedly, "At present, the first 2 pillars only exist in the form of spheroid. At present, the first 2 pillars only exist in the form of spheroid. As for the Mother Goddess of Depravity, after she separates the brood mother and 2 Beyonder pathways, she isn't much different from the other outer deities. Only the symbol of a pillar remains. If it wasn't for the blood-stained wooden stake in his chest, Klein definitely would have felt that the current atmosphere was pretty good. In his days, he even believed that he and Adam were friends, happily discussing some mysticism knowledge while waiting for his child, Amon, to return home for dinner. Of course, I'm that meal. I have to say that a spectator's ability to influence the perception, experience, and state of mind of others is just too powerful. As Klein told himself to be vigilant, he said in puzzlement, "I thought that an outer deity like the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who has 2 or even 3 spheroid, is considered a pillar." Adam looked down at the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. "She only has 1 spheroid. Under normal circumstances, spheroid can't be divided. Only when the original creator split apart, producing an embodiment of convergence and separation, can tear apart the spheroid and absorb a portion of it onto our planet. In other words, the current Mother Goddess of Depravity's spheroid is incomplete, and the future Great Old One, the Mother of all, won't be a complete Great Old One." Klein pressed. The corners of Adam's mouth twitched as though he was smiling. That was the case in the beginning, but the spheroid has the ability to make up for itself. The current Mother Goddess of Depravity's spheroid isn't incomplete, and the brood mother can also create a Great Old One. The only problem is that the Mother Goddess of Depravity can only use a portion of the pillar symbol that she has unless she fuses with the brood mother again. This has also caused the birth of life and Een powers in the entire universe to undergo a certain mutation. However, tens of thousands of years is a very short period of time on an astronomical scale. The corresponding effects haven't spread. And if any outer deity obtains a spheroid that's similar to him, it's equivalent to having 2 spheroid. I can't predict what will happen. Before this, only the original creator contained more than 1 spheroid, but as long as he wakes up, he will definitely split. Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, "The original creator contained at least 9 spheroid. The first creator contained at least 9 portions of source substance. This doesn't mean that having 2 or even 3 portions of source substance will cause problems. There should be a critical point. No one can verify this matter at the moment." Adam held the silver cross pendant on his chest and said, "I'm guessing that some existences have attempted it in the past. After all, convergence is a strong instinct, but the results are unknown." "Which existences?" Klein rubbed the blood-stained wooden stake that was stabbed into his chest. Adam cast his gaze back at the 100-meter-tall cross in front of him and calmly said, "The God from the early first epoch can also be called the primordial one. The God in the early first epoch can also be called primordial. In addition, there's also the Lord of the Mysteries, which is the one you often mention." As he spoke, Adam turned his head to glance at Klein and mimicked him, saying, "That's right. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." These two seem to have passed away. The results of their attempts don't seem too good? Before Klein could think of what he wanted to say, Adam had already turned his head and looked at the second blasphemy slate. "One thing I can be sure of is that certain spherote can't be contained at the same time. In this universe, there's a hidden fourth pillar. It represents everything, including the end of the great old ones and the universe itself. It corresponds to the two spherote, the river of eternal darkness and the city of calamity. To put it simply, if ever night can become the eternal darkness, the singularity of all things, and the harmonizer of spacetime, then he can further occupy the two pathways of Demoness and Red Priest, encompassing the city of calamity, and become the true fourth pillar. But when that happens, he will either enter a deep slumber, be passively split, or cause the entire universe, including him and us, to perish and start anew. There's actually such a thing. At the level above the sequence, symbolism might be more important than authority. Adam, no, the ancient sun god's mysticism knowledge is terrifyingly rich. As expected of a quasi-great old one. Klein sighed when he heard that. He thought for a moment. In other words, a demigod of the sleepless pathway can switch to the demoness pathway? That's right. Adam looked ahead and said, "But that way, there's no way to become a great old one unless I think of a way to separate the beyonder characteristics from before." As he moved his gaze upwards, he began deciphering the demigod-level potion formulas of the spectator, sleepless, and arbiter pathways as he changed the topic. Where did the potion formulas related to the great old ones come from? The first blasphemy slate doesn't seem to have any. They contain different sequence 0 potions? Adam's expression changed slightly as his face seemed to glow. After I gained the authority of omnipotence and omniscience, I began deducing the methods and pathways to become a great old one. Finally, I found a suitable formula and figured out the different symbolism. Unfortunately, the primordial one had also awakened in my body at that time. Therefore, when you perished as the ancient sun god, you used a portion of your remnant body and will to create a second blasphemy slate? Klein sighed. From then on, there was light in the apocalypse. It also ended the chaotic battle between deities due to their emotions, and other reasons. It ushered in an era of games for the great old ones. Adam maintained his expression and didn't say a word. Klein fell silent. After a few seconds, he suddenly asked, "What kind of human nature did you fabricate for my marionette?" Adam turned his head again and said with clear eyes, he was too tired. He wanted to rest and be free, even if it was only for a few seconds. Klein opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. "Why didn't you call him German Sparrow, and instead use that marionette instead?" Adam asked warmly, as though he was enlightening a believer. Klein turned his head to look at him and suddenly smiled. "I'm German Sparrow, and German Sparrow is a part of me. If I separate the two, even if I can escape your divine kingdom, I will lose control irreversibly." Having said that, Klein paused for a moment and looked ahead. He asked in a deep voice, "You're only left with godhood? Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Biome." After returning here, Verdu Abraham had done some research and learned that the god of war was a rather active existence in the fourth epoch. It was possible for him to respond to believers. Then, he invited a pauper who was willing to sacrifice his life to pray to the god of war to confirm that there was no danger. and the price of all of this was 300 gold pounds. Now, he had received a reward. Not only did the pauper not die, but he had also fulfilled some of his wishes. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Please guarantee a monthly ticket. Chapter 1385. Blue Mountain Island in a Primeval Forest. Verdu Abraham, who was prepared, was worried that he would be discovered by the official Beyonders if he held a ritual outside the city. Hence, he used a sealed artifact to teleport out of Byam and arrived at this uninhabited place. Touching his aching ribs, Verdu took off his classical robe and placed it to the side. Following that, he set up an altar, lit the candles, and burned the correct essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items. After completing the preparations, Verdu took 2 steps back and lowered his voice. He chanted in ancient Hermes, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. The howling of the wind echoed endlessly in the dark forest. Amidst the rustling of the leaves, 2 of the candles on the altar suddenly emitted crackling sounds. Their corresponding candlelight increased in intensity, turning from a sapling to a giant tree. At the same time, the color of the candlelight turned from orange to blazing white. The wind that passed through the forest became more intense. The 2 blazing white pillars of fire intertwined, twisting into a blurry and gigantic figure. At that instant, Verdu Abraham felt an indescribable gaze land on him from above. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Great God of war, a lowly believer wishes to pray for your help." As he spoke, Verdu kept adjusting his state of mind and tried his best to remain calm. He knew from a certain ancient book in his family that the most important thing to do when praying to the god of war was to tell himself not to be angry. The gigantic figure formed by blazing white flames constantly spewed out flames to the side. It spoke in a language that Verdu could understand but didn't know what it was. "Lowly mortal, deities aren't used to fulfill your wishes. Speak, tell me your prayer. In the end, it's up to me to decide whether to help you." Verdu had already thought of a script. After some thought, he said, "Great god of war, how can I let my ancestor, Mr. Dor, return to the real world? A ritual to sacrifice a bizarro sorcerer, a secret sorcerer, and a parasite. You should already be aware of it," the flame giant said in a deep and authoritative voice. "It's the same answer given by Dorian's student." Verdu sighed. "Great god of war, if I want you to help me complete this ritual, what do I have to pay?" The flame giant looked down at the astrologer. "The corresponding price isn't something you can pay. Your pale and insignificant soul isn't even qualified to be embers." Just as Verdu was feeling disappointed and depressed, the flame giant continued. "But Mr. Dor can. Besides, I'm in a good mood today. Sacrifice a portion of your blood to me as a mark of the contract. I will demand the corresponding price from Mr. Dor." "You can do that?" Verdu subconsciously felt a little suspicious, but after some thought, he felt that there wasn't a problem. Indeed, only his ancestor, Bethel Abraham, had the right to make a deal with the hidden existence of the god of war. As for whether Mr. Dor was willing to make this deal, Verdu had never considered it. From his point of view, anyone who was in an exiled and sealed state would undoubtedly want to escape, even if they had to pay a sizable price. "Yes, great god of war." After some thought, Verdu agreed on a moment of impulse. He then changed the ritual and added the sacrifice and bestowment portion. He then used an iron dagger to pierce his arm and let out some dark red blood. When his blood turned into red pearls and passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowment, it became extremely dark, as though there were countless monsters lurking inside. In the next second, a blob of something was spat out from behind the illusory door. It was a translucent meat blob with slippery tentacles. On the meat blob, twisted maggots crawled in and out. Just seeing this item made Verdu's head spin, as though someone had injected a large amount of paste into him. At this moment, a speck of fire descended and enveloped his body, dyeing his vision with a layer of bright red. With the help of this layer of red, Verdu no longer had any abnormalities from looking directly at the blob of meat. Right on the heels of that, another blob of something was spat out by the door of sacrifice and bestowment. This was a bird with a deformed head. Every feather shimmered with a faint starlight, and there were insect-like beams of light that drilled in and emanated from its body. Worm of Star. This is a monster with the secret's sorcerer beyonder characteristic? The one from before corresponded to Bizarro Sorcerer. Indeed, Secret Sorcerer and Bizarro Sorcerer are only potion names. They don't just refer to humans. It's the same for demigods, unless the term demigod is specially added. Verdu had a deeper understanding of his pathway, so he understood the current situation. And this meant that the ritual to help Mr. Door escape could use the corresponding monster demigods of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder as sacrifices. Furthermore, there was no need for Verdu to do it himself. The great god of war had already prepared everything. This made it difficult for Verdu to suppress the joy in his heart. He looked at the door of sacrifice and bestowment with great anticipation, waiting for the third sacrifice to be spat out. In just a second, a blob of something flew out from the darkness behind the door and landed on the altar. It was an unconscious crow. Of course, it only looked like a crow. There was a black circle around its right eye, and every feather on its body was nearly transparent. There were rings on it. A monster corresponding to a parasite. Verdu was delighted as he sincerely praised the great god of war. Inside the corpse cathedral. You only have godhood left? Klein looked at the huge cross in front of him and asked in a deep voice. He felt that there was definitely a problem with relying on a certain identity or personality to revive. Even if that identity or personality had a real body, a real beyonder characteristic, and a certain level of self-awareness, it wouldn't be close to perfection. And Adam's various actions had deepened his suspicions in this regard. Sitting beside him, Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't have a change in expression. He still maintained his preaching state. Yes. Only by fusing with the true will I be complete. Indeed. Klein sighed. Although the true creator is the embodiment of negative personalities and extreme emotions, he has also inherited human nature? That's why he went mad. Adam sounded as though he was talking about a stranger. Klein thought for a moment and read the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. If the two of you really fuse into one, which one of you will be in charge? This is what we've been competing over ever since we woke up. Adam released his grip on the silver cross pendant. That's why you obtained the first blasphemy slate through Amon, hoping to use it to control Chaos C and gain the initiative? Klein was enlightened as he frowned and nodded. On this matter, the two of you seem to have a tacit understanding. The true creator has never used your identity to make a fuss and use external forces to deal with you. This is between us, Adam replied calmly. After a few seconds of silence, Klein turned to stare at the blasphemy slate. I have a nagging feeling that the death of the Red Angel and many things in the fourth epoch aren't that simple. Klein kept asking and probing. Apart from wanting to understand more secrets and obtain more knowledge, he was also stalling for time and maintaining the current state of interaction. Compared to being hypnotized by Adam and becoming muddle-headed or falling asleep, he preferred to remain awake. With this in mind, Klein looked down at the blood-stained wooden stake that was stabbed into his chest. He felt that the stabbing pain it brought was very real. Why do you say that? Adam asked in return, looking like he was about to begin praying at any moment. Klein deliberated over his words. Before the return of the Black Emperor, the Solomon Empire only had one true god, the true creator, as well as the Red Priest uniqueness. The nobles and factions that supported Alistatutors' independence occupied the four uniquenesses: Visionary, Door, Error, and the Fool. Adding both sides together, even if we include the King of Angels like Ouroboros, we still wouldn't be able to fight against Evernight and the other 5 true gods. Furthermore, they still have the Adjudicator and other uniquenesses. Under such circumstances, even if you don't plan to target the Red Angel, no one will suspect you. Of course, a crazy Blood Emperor might be more useful to you. Adam's gaze remained fixed on the huge cross. You don't understand because you don't know enough. In the 4th epoch, apart from the 3 empires and the true deities and kings of angels backing them, there are also the Demonist sect and the Moses ascetic order. There's also the Abyss's infiltration and hidden development of the artisans, as well as the southern continent's Balaam. Besides, that's not all. In addition, there are quite a number of factors that can be considered crucial. Klein nodded thoughtfully. For example, the conflict between the 6 deities? Adam smiled warmly. That's not all. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, Adam calmly added, You should have been to Bansi. You should have been to Bansi. Klein's heart stirred as he opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Adam continued. In addition, after my death, the outer deity's corruption of reality has clearly deepened. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, the prayer point of light representing Bernadette kept expanding and contracting due to the lack of response, spreading out a halo. This agitated the vortex formed by transparent maggot. It frantically waved its slippery tentacles and lashed at the spot. After repeated misses, one of its tentacles touched the correct prayer point of light. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1386. After Bernadette's prayer didn't receive a response, she took the magic wishing lamp and walked to the window of the captain's cabin. She looked out at the deep blue sea. She wasn't impatient, nor did she attempt to use her prophecy powers. She patiently waited for the situation to develop. After a few minutes, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Right on the heels of that, the fog was dyed gold, as though it had been smeared with a layer of sticky syrup. Bernadette immediately lowered her head and looked at the magic wishing lamp in her hand. She saw the wick at the mouth of the lamp automatically ignite. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, beside the fool's seat, the prayer light that had expanded to the size of a human head was instantly occupied by a distorted and blurry pale golden figure. The figure's gaze pierced through the prayer light and the grayish-white fog, looking at the maggot vortex that was attempting to destroy everything around it. His voice echoed in Sapphira Castle, dignified and magnificent. You actually lost control? Jeannie's tone was filled with obvious mockery, not caring if the crazy worms of spirit could understand him. At this moment, above the fool's seat that had already collapsed, a strange door of light formed from countless spheres of light appeared. It was faintly discernible as it emitted a glow, outlining a complicated symbol in midair. This symbol originally existed behind the fool's seat. It was formed from half a pupil-less eye and half a contorted line. As the symbol took form, the strange light became fainter and fainter before it completely fused into the space. In the next second, Klein's voice sounded from the symbol representing the fool. Jeannie, I want to make a deal with you. The blurry and distorted pale golden figure immediately laughed. Haha, I told you that you would eventually agree. After laughing for a few seconds, Jeannie calmed down and said, I was just thinking, how can someone who can become the new owner of Sapphira Castle so easily lose control? This is my preparation for the worst-case scenario. The voice in the fool's symbol didn't show any signs of impatience. Jeannie chuckled and said, That's right. Aren't you afraid that I'll raise the price at the last minute? Klein replied unhurriedly, This is just one of my preparations. To me, this is just one of my preparations, but to you, this might be your only chance in many years. The genie's pale gold figure swayed, as if blown by the wind, and his magnificent voice sounded. My conditions are the same as last time. As long as you can remove the seal and let me out, I will return to the starry sky with what belongs to me and leave the rest to you. I will also fulfill your 3 wishes. Of course, judging from the current situation, you seem to need me to pay you in advance. Klein's voice sounded from the fool's symbol once again. My promise is to send this magic wishing lamp to the stars before the end of the year 1368 of this era. As for how you escape after that, that's up to you. My request is even simpler. I only need 2 wishes. This is the deal I'm talking about. It's up to you whether you agree or not. The year 1368 was the year that the primordial barrier disappeared. It was the doomsday that the prophets of this world acknowledged. The blurry and distorted pale golden figure was silent for a few seconds before saying, "If I don't remove the seal, the wishes I can fulfill will be very limited. Once it exceeds a certain level, it will be fulfilled in a very distorted manner." Inside the glowing symbol of the fool, Klein's voice sounded calmly. "The 2 wishes I need can be fulfilled by you now." The genie fell silent again and didn't speak for a long time. Biome, in the primitive forest. Verdú, whose mind was burning up due to both internal and external reasons, didn't waste any time. According to the god of war's instructions, he modified the altar and engraved the correct symbols, magic labels, and strange patterns. He was originally worried that the 3 demigod-level monsters would suddenly wake up, but when the ritual was ready, the sacrifices were still unconscious and unable to resist. After placing the squirming meat blob, the deformed star bird, and the black-eyed white raven in the correct positions, Verdú looked at the only candle on the altar and lit it. Then, he took a few steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, "The great door of all doors, the guide of the endless cosmos, the key to all the mysterious world. I pray for your response. I pray for you to descend upon this world." Before he could finish his sentence, 3 bangs sounded from the altar. The 3 demigod-level monsters that corresponded to the Bizarro Sorcerer, Secret Sorcerer, and Parasite seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. After a slight struggle, they exploded, turning into blobs of flesh and blood that shimmered with different colors. The flesh and blood seemed to have their own life force. Under the guidance of some indescribable power, they gathered in midair and outlined evil and filthy symbols. Countless runes gathered together, slowly forming a huge door that was more than 5 meters tall that was still wriggling with flesh and blood. The door stood on the altar, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. The candle that represented Mr. Door suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the entire door of flesh and blood and illuminating the darkness. In the darkness, there were balls of light condensed from faint starlight. Upon closer inspection, they looked like strange insects with bent bodies. The balls of light quickly rose up and formed a huge arm. It was an arm that was rather difficult to pass through the door of flesh and blood. This arm, which clearly didn't belong to a human, pressed against the altar and forcefully squeezed outwards. It caused the entire door of flesh and blood, and even the entire forest and island to tremble like an earthquake. Verdú watched this scene in delight before his vision suddenly blurred. Pah! Something fell from his face into the grass. Verdú subconsciously lowered his head and saw an eyeball with protruding blood vessels rolling there. Pah! 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 His nose, ears, and his remaining eye, along with his muscles, fell down piece by piece as starlight seeped out. Plop! His body collapsed, and his flesh and blood completely collapsed. At this moment, the arm finally squeezed through the door of flesh and blood and began attempting to pull out the remaining parts. Rumble! In the illuminated darkness behind the door, thick bolts of lightning formed a storm and descended, but they were suddenly engulfed by the blood-colored tide. Finally, a huge figure formed from pure balls of light passed through the door of flesh and blood. In the next second, the balls of light began to collapse and stack up, as if they were about to undergo a qualitative transformation. Dark rifts that came from the void appeared in the surrounding forest. These rifts directly devoured different parts of the trees, turning them into strange shapes. At the same time, a hurricane of unknown origin blew out from the rift and swept in all directions. The entire Blue Mountain Island where Byam was located shook, as if it was about to sink. In the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson, who was vexed over Verdoux's teleportation away and unable to monitor it, suddenly heard the sound of doors opening one after another. Every door in different parts of the city opened automatically at this moment. Alger turned his head to look at the forest outside the city, which seemed to be the source of the anomaly. Creak. The moment the door opened, in the new city of Silver, Derek, who had long woken up from the earthquake, frowned. Creak, creak, creak. In Bakeland, Trier, St. Millum, and other cities, everything that could be called a door had opened. Above the gray fog, in the half-collapsed ancient palace, the crazy maggot vortex instinctively attacked the pale golden figure and the fool symbol, but it failed. Nearly a minute later, the genie suddenly chuckled and said, "You are indeed not him. Otherwise, I would have already distorted your promise and made the seal, him, set up be automatically removed." Only the original owner's distorted words can achieve such an effect? Did you rely on this method to recognize that I'm not the Lord of the Mysteries? Klein's voice sounded from the fool symbol. The genie chuckled. I have at least 10 ways to identify him. Without waiting for Klein's response, the pale golden figure smiled and said, "You don't seem to be able to maintain this state for long. You don't seem to be able to maintain your current state for too long. All right, we have a deal. After I fulfill your 2 wishes, you must send the magic wishing lamp to the stars before 1368 of this era ends." The genie's voice gradually became solemn, as if he was announcing a law. At this moment, he seemed to have established a certain rule based on this deal. He didn't need to worry that Klein would go back on his word in the future. If you can't fulfill this promise, even if you have become the Lord of the Mysteries, you will perish and split apart. The genie warned and asked, "Tell me your 2 wishes. Take note, don't involve high-level Beyonder characteristics, and don't exceed the limits of my current abilities. Otherwise, the wish will be fulfilled in a distorted manner. This is a rule that has already been set. I can't violate it now." Inside the symbol of the fool outlined by the light, Klein's calm voice sounded. "The first wish. Put the 2 wishes made by Bernadette Gustave under my name. This should be very simple for you." The genie immediately smiled. "As expected, you want to use the rule that something bad will happen to you if you make a 3rd wish to resist your current predicament. That's right. This is based on my own level. I will satisfy you and let you die in pain." Klein's voice rang out again. "Second wish. Let my utopia give birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. This doesn't involve the advancement of a sequence, nor does it have anything to do with higher-level Beyonder characteristic. You can definitely do it." The genie's pale golden figure swayed a little and said with a smile, "You're right. Your wish shall be granted." Inside the corpse church, Klein touched the blood-stained wooden stake on his chest, seemingly considering how to get it out. During this process, he casually asked Adam, "Did you not attempt to become a god in the 4th epoch because you did not obtain 0-08? That was one of the factors. More importantly, there were still many hidden dangers that had not been resolved at that time." Adam gazed warmly at the huge cross in front of him. Klein turned his head and looked at the visionary. For example, back then, the primordial's remnant will was still very strong. Before he finished speaking, a large amount of blood suddenly flowed down from Klein's head. But the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1387. Adam turned his head and looked at Klein. His clear, light-colored eyes reflected the face that was bleeding red. His expression didn't change at all. There was a tinge of pity in his geniality, as if he was a god watching over the mortals. Klein looked at him with a smile as his head cracked inch by inch. This trend then spread to his body, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. Shirts, coats, and other items were floating in the blood. Submerged in them was the blood-stained wooden stake and an ancient mirror. In the corpse cathedral, in visionary Adam's divine kingdom, Klein died in such a strange manner. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, watched this scene with a gentle and calm expression. It was unknown whether it was because he had expected this or because he had suppressed his own emotions. Above the fog in the ancient palace, the crazy maggot vortex instantly stopped moving and disintegrated into dead worms of spirit. In the next second, these worms of spirit turned illusory and were dyed grayish-white, as though they had fused into the fog of history. Then they came back to life, flickering with a deep light as they wriggled and gathered together. In just a few seconds, the worms of spirit reformed into a figure. It was none other than the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti in a formal shirt. With the return of the owner of Sapphira Castle, the destroyed modelled table and 22 high-backed chairs quickly recovered. The junk that had been scattered all over the ground was once again piled together. Klein picked up the staff of the stars that was embedded with many gems and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. The entire space above the gray fog trembled as a majestic and mighty invisible force surged out. Klein then nodded at the golden figure that occupied Bernadette's prayer light. "I will fulfill my promise." The genie chuckled. "It seems that you have not inherited his cunning and shamelessness. Very good." Just as she said that, the blurry and distorted golden figure rapidly retreated, no longer projecting itself onto Bernadette's prayer light. "Well done." As Klein split out a worm of spirit to respond to Queen Mystic's prayer, he lowered his head and made a wish. "I wish that I can recover to the state I was in before tonight." When his true body died, he only took away the core portion of the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. The rest was isolated by Adam's corpse cathedral and couldn't be retrieved. Of course, a large portion of Klein's characteristics were in the bodies of the worms of spirit above the gray fog, as well as the remaining marionettes in Utopia. Zeradol didn't need additional beyonder characteristics, nor did he wish for it to affect his condition. Therefore, he didn't directly use the law of beyonder characteristic convergence to suck away the characteristics of the same pathway in Utopia. Instead, he used other methods to gather them. It was relatively slow and required a certain amount of time. After making this wish, Klein summoned the curtain, draped it behind him, and snapped his fingers. In the junk pile, the sequence 9 to sequence 3 beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway that had been separated from the curtain floated up at the same time, turning into pure points of light that drilled into Klein's body. His state instantly returned to the time when he was almost done digesting the miracle invoker potion. Apart from not having a physical body, he was no different from when he was attacked. Right on the heels of that, Klein cast his gaze at Utopia, which was closely related to him. In Utopia, the hooded Zeradol, whose face was covered with a white beard, stood on the roof of St. Ariana Cathedral. Beside him were the historical projections of Roselle Gustave, William Augustus, and Abomination Sua. He patiently waited for the door to the corpse cathedral to open and for German Sparrow to walk out. Under his control, a portion of his marionettes were dealing with the small number of Utopia marionettes that were beginning to mutate, leaving the marionettes that temporarily remained normal until the end. At this moment, on the motionless Utopia marionettes, illusory and dense spirit body threads suddenly floated up and rapidly floated towards an infinite height. They instantly came alive as they turned around and looked at Zeradol and his historical projections. The pairs of eyes shimmered in the darkness. At the same time, a huge shadow descended from the grayish-white fog, enveloping the entire Utopia. Zeradol and his historical projections instinctively raised their heads and looked at the sky that was filled with a faint gray fog. In the next second, William Augustus's historical projection raised the sword in his right hand and solemnly announced, "This place is not to be sealed." The shadow that enveloped Utopia immediately shook as many gaps appeared. It was unable to completely isolate the marionette city from the outside world. Roselle Gustav's historical projection immediately transformed into a chaotic torrent of information that surged towards Klein's remaining marionettes in a bid to interfere with their actions. Abomination Sua's historical void projection attacked the curtain-like shadow and expanded the corresponding gap. Zeratul then extended his hand and connected the void in front of him with another island in the Berserk Sea that he had previously located. Following that, as long as he took a step forward, he would be able to leave Utopia. At this moment, Klein's marionettes opened their mouths and chanted an incantation in Jotun before the torrent of information could enter their spirit bodies. Leotaro. If this was the forsaken land of the gods, due to the remnant divine powers of Tyrant, just this name alone allowed Klein to directly trigger the power of a deity. However, that wasn't the case in the outside world. As for whether to punish the fellow who shouted out his true name, it was up to the Lord of Storms to decide. Klein made the marionettes recite this honorific name at the same time. The only purpose was to make the Lord of Storms cast his gaze here. And as one of the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, the Lord of Storms was probably one of the true deities who didn't wish to see Adam's scheme succeed the most. If Amon became the Lord of the Mysteries or the King of Spacetime, this tyrant would be in an extremely dangerous situation. He was constantly worried that the Son of the Creator would deal with him and help Adam or the true Creator ascend to the position of Lord of the astral world. Therefore, compared to the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom were probably existences who didn't wish to see Adam and Amon succeed. If there was a chance in the future, Klein planned on getting his marionettes to continue shouting Aucuses and Haraburgen. The surroundings of Utopia immediately turned gloomy, as though it contained the indescribable wrath of nature. Before Zeratul could take that step, bolts of lightning of different colors instantly appeared in the night sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they wantonly expanded. They seemed to envelop the entire sky in a sea of lightning. Rumble! Before the deafening sound spread out, the lightning descended on Utopia like a torrential rain. Rorstad Archipelago, new city of silver, top of the spire. Derek Berg, who was looking at the source of the earthquake, heard the sound of doors and windows opening at the same time. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but thousands of them. Although this didn't directly bring about any danger, the strange change still made Derek highly vigilant. After a moment of hesitation, he planned on finding the current chief, Waite Chermont, and suggesting that he use the god-level sealed artifact, Proof of Glory, to protect the new city of Silver and New Moon City in the nearby forest. Then, he would decide if he wanted to pray to Mr. Fool based on the progress of the anomaly. Just as he turned to walk towards the door, Waite Chermont, who had a dark green symbol tattooed on his head, walked out of the light in the corridor. He said in a deep voice, "The seal underground has failed. The seal has failed." Derek instinctively believed that it had something to do with the anomaly on Blue Mountain Island. Compared to opening the doors and windows, the consequences of the seal failing were extremely terrifying. "Immediately use the Proof of Glory," Derek said without hesitation. This was a god-level sealed artifact that could be used in a short period of time. It had once helped the City of Silver withstand one disaster after another in the forsaken land of the gods, allowing them to persist until the present era and obtain salvation. Derek's thoughts were very clear. He wanted to use the Proof of Glory to suppress the other god-level sealed artifact, Gift of the Land. He wanted to suppress the saint-level sealed artifacts that would soon have negative effects on the surroundings. Waite Chermont didn't say anything else and immediately made a decision. He took Derek and hid underground with the help of the light. The Proof of Glory could only be used by at least 2 saints. This was also the reason why Waite Chermont didn't immediately head underground and came to find Derek first. Of course, if he wanted to use it simply, there were ways to do so, but he had to make preparations ahead of time, and Brand, the corresponding mark on his body. Byam, Cathedral of Waves. A bolt of lightning shot into Alger Wilson's room and turned into a hurried voice. Your Eminence, most of the underground seals have failed. Only certain items have achieved a balance that has not disappeared. Alger's eyebrows twitched slightly. Combined with the simultaneous opening of the doors and windows in Byam, he sensed that the problem was unusual. He immediately said to the void, "Immediately form small teams of 3. Immediately form small teams of 3. Bring the Grade 2 and Grade 3 sealed artifacts that won't cause too much harm in a short period of time, as well as those with living characteristics, out of the underground to prevent a chain reaction. This way, the underground would become an uninhabited zone. The dangerous sealed artifacts wouldn't be able to cause any casualties for a while. And with the passage of time, when the abnormality of the seal's failure passed, the mandated punishers would be able to free up their hands to deal with these items. However, the premise was that the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts didn't lose control. Once something went wrong with them, the negative effects would soon affect the entire biome. However, with the seals already failing, it would be difficult for these 3 items to not have any problems. The first thought that flashed through Alger's mind was to bring along the one with the most widespread negative effects and use his own abilities to temporarily control it. Then, he would fly over the sea and stay away from Byam. This wouldn't be too dangerous for him in the short term. After all, he was a demigod. The biggest problem was that the remaining 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts would undoubtedly cause considerable damage to Byam. At least I've tried my best. Alger felt that this method was safe and could deal with the Church of the Storm's subsequent investigations. It was pretty good. His gaze subconsciously looked out the window. There were a few schools and workhouses near the cathedral. Alger retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. He sighed and continued. Leave the rest to me. His words turned into electric waves one after another, combining into silver-white lightning that flew underground. P.S. Depending on the situation tomorrow, I'll decide if I want to be the first to add updates to the monthly votes for March. Divine King of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1388. As he sent the message to the mandated punishers, Alger had already quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He would make the best use of his time to pray to the Lord of Storms, hoping to receive the Lord's blessings or help. Then, he would immediately rush underground and use his Beyonder powers to forcefully suppress the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, including the Blue Door. During this process, if the Lord of Storms responded to his prayers or the abnormality of the seal's failure ended in time, there was naturally no need to consider other countermeasures. However, if neither of these things happened, and he began to find it difficult, he would seek help from Mr. Fool. To Alger, once he had to do so, no matter what method he used or how he tried to hide it, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being suspected. After all, suppressing 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts with his own strength was indeed inconceivable. When the time came, his only choice was to immediately abandon his position and flee after the abnormality ended and the seal took effect again. He would waste all his years of hard work, and he would lose the position of cardinal that he had painstakingly obtained. However, compared to his own life, this was a price and sacrifice that he could pay. As for the consequences of his chances of obtaining the Book of Calamity plummeting, Alger didn't care about it at the moment. He was still far from the level where he needed to consider such problems. Of course, as a demigod and cardinal of the Church of the Storm, he believed that he was definitely under the watch of the Lord of Storms. After abandoning his position and fleeing, he had to obtain the blessings of other existences to survive. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable, and on this matter, he could only rely on Mr. Fool. Taking a deep breath, Alger quickly chanted, "The King who rules the sky, the Emperor who rules the sea, the great God of storms, I pray for your attention and your blessings." After chanting, Alger grabbed his hand and flew underground with a gust of wind. About 10 seconds later, outside the Church of Waves, the tide that was crashing against the embankment rose and surged into the air. The blue seawater poured down, enveloping the church like a thick barrier. Inside the barrier, silver lightning flashed and drilled into the ground. Rumble! Lightning struck down like a storm, illuminating the entire Utopia and half of the Berserk Sea. At this moment, a pitch-black cathedral with many skulls embedded in it suddenly appeared in the air. It was located in the sky above Zeradal's area, attracting all the lightning around it, causing countless pale skulls to leap with twisted electric snakes, causing the stained glass to reflect bright light. Rumble! In the places that Adam's corpse cathedral couldn't hide, Zeradal's marionette, Abomination Sua's historical projection, and Klein's marionette were instantly shattered by the violent lightning. Then, they either vanished or shrunk into traces. Even the historical projection of Roselle Gustave, which had turned into a torrent of information, was not spared at this moment. A strong electromagnetic storm wreaked havoc in the city, destroying all information structures. While the visionary was blocking the tyrant, Zeradal took a step forward and walked into the void in front of him. And this void was connected by him, using the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to another island in the Berserk Sea that he had located ahead of time. The distance between the two was reduced to 0. Zeradal's black-robed, hooded figure quickly disappeared into the void illuminated by lightning. But in the next second, he didn't appear on the distant island, but above Utopia's Iris's hotel. Just a moment ago, when Zeradal was stunned by the might of the storm, Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle, seized the opportunity to use the curtain draped over his body and mobilized the power of the Sapphira. He forcefully grafted the void in front of the target to Iris's hotel, silently changing Zeradal's key setup. This was the suppression of a king of angels of the same pathway against a sequence one angel. Rumble! The never-ending lightning struck down, enveloping Zeradal, who had a long and dense white beard. Zeradal's pitch-black eyes didn't show any change in expression. His body rapidly faded and disappeared amidst the bolts of lightning. He had only come as a historical void projection. His true body was hiding in a certain fragment in the fog of history. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein immediately cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog below, at the countless spots of light in the fog. He was temporarily unable to find Zeradal because he definitely had a secret history that only him or a few existences knew. However, being unable to find him didn't mean that Klein could only watch and patiently wait for him to reach his limits, making it difficult for him to remain in the fog of history. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, an existence that had reached the level of a king of angels, even if Klein could only make initial use of this Sapphira, he could still accomplish many things. In the next second, Klein opened the box, summoned the Fool card, and contained it in his body. In an instant, he turned into the Fool, who was dressed in colorful clothes and a gorgeous headdress. Amidst his deep and terrifying aura, he exuded a comical and absurd feeling. The entire Sapphira Castle shook gently. Thud! The Fool Klein used the end of the Staff of the Stars in his right hand to prop it against the edge of the long, mottled table. In the real world, the grayish-white fog appeared. An ancient palace stood above it, faintly discernible. In the ancient and majestic palace, a strange light formed from countless balls of light rapidly outlined itself, emitting an invisible and terrifying suction force. The fog of history immediately boiled. In a spot that Klein didn't light up, Zeradal's figure quickly appeared, uncontrollably cast towards an infinite height. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence. With the help of Sapphira Castle, Klein projected the convergence power of beyonder characteristics into the fog of history. At this moment, Zeradal's black-robed and hooded figure collapsed, thinning into a pale paper figurine. His true body then appeared on another island in the Berserk Sea. He quickly used the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to connect the convergence tendency to the paper figurines. Seizing the opportunity created by the paper figurines, Zeratul quickly made a wish. "I wish for my beyonder characteristic to temporarily calm down." Just as he said that, he clasped his palms together. He had already made his wish. This allowed him to escape the suction force from Sapphira Castle, the Fool card, and the attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic. At the same time, he took a step back and accurately stepped on a milky white stone. And this stone had long been connected to a certain spot by him, and had been solidified to a certain extent. With Zeratul's stomp, his figure instantly vanished. It was unknown where he had gone, but the stone seemed to be weathered as it disintegrated. The fool Klein cast his gaze down from an infinite height and scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find Zeratul's figure. This meant that he had left his line of sight. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately focused on another matter. He had already made the various gems on the staff of the stars light up, simulating the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive the rules. He changed the location of his body's resurrection to a marionette that wasn't in Utopia. Previously, a few residents of Utopia had gone to other cities and other places for various reasons, so as to further deepen their interaction with the real world. Klein had now chosen a travel enthusiast, and he was now in a certain mountain range. As the second half of his resurrection progressed, Klein took out the Fool card and summoned the 9 Spirit World specialties that he had previously prepared. He then stored them and the curtain into his body. Right on the heels of that, he used the Staff of the Stars to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and once again simulated the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive the rules. He made the 9 Spirit World specialties and the curtain become a part of his body. In the next second, countless fragments of light appeared around the marionette that was halfway up the mountain. And inside the marionette's body, a worm of spirit flew out and constantly disintegrated, fusing with the fragments of light. Soon, the fragments of light condensed into a ball of light. The ball of light stretched and solidified into Klein's figure. Just as Klein's figure finished outlining, he transformed into transparent and twisted maggots that spread out in all directions, causing the curtain and the 9 Spirit World specialties to fall to the ground. Then, the worms of spirit completed their reorganization. A portion of them transformed into a half-top hat, a shirt, a vest, a formal suit, and trousers. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately picked up the curtain and the Spirit World specialties and seriously concocted the potion. To him, this was the best opportunity to advance to Attendant of Mysteries. On the one hand, the ritual's effects had already been completed with the help of the genie, and it wouldn't be maintained forever. It would gradually disappear. On the other hand, Adam, who was most likely to destroy his ritual, was being suppressed by the Lord of Storms, preventing him from interfering. If he were to consume the potion and advance to Sequence 1 normally, Klein was really worried that Visionary Adam would use the Sea of Collective Subconscious to secretly give him negative emotions at the critical moment. If that happened, losing control was inevitable. The main goal of him shouting Leotaro wasn't to deal with Zeratul, but to hold back a true god like Adam. When holding the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, there was no way to use the power of Sapphira Castle to distort a nascent divine kingdom in advance to isolate it from the outside world, allowing Klein to advance inside. This was because it would cause the ritual to be unable to establish a connection with the corresponding region of the spirit world, causing it to fail. In less than 10 seconds, a potion that was as dark as the night sea appeared in Klein's palm. At the same time, the figure he left behind in Sapphira Castle snapped his fingers, satisfying the prayer light and the small number of wishes accumulated in the Crimson Star, allowing the last bit of the Miracle Invoker potion to be completely digested. The figure in Sapphira Castle then faded away, allowing Klein's body to become complete, allowing him to consume the potion in his best state. When the lightning illuminated the sea once again, Klein raised his right hand and brought the bottle from his marionette to his mouth. He gulped down the potion that was as light as air. P.S. Deep condolences. PS2. Update first before modification.